Okay, this game is called Do Not Take This Cat Home. It's your first day off, but the weather is really bringing you down, among other things. But you're drawn to the distant sound of something calling out to you. You follow it to a dark, lonely alley, and at the back of the alley, in a cardboard box, is a cat. A very cute cat. What will you do? Do you selfishly ignore it and go enjoy your day off, or will you befriend it? It says, crossed out, it says, only to abandon it anyway. Or will you take it home with you? Surely you will, right? Right. Who could say no to that face? 32,000 plus words, 3 to 4 hours of gameplay, depending on reading speed, 39 unique endings and 1 true ending, original soundtrack available for downloads, surreal atmosphere, animations, minigames, and more. Warning. This game is not suitable for children or the easily disturbed. It includes depictions of horror elements, human and animal violence and death, abuse and abusive relationships, disturbing images, loud noises, flashing images and lights, and more. Individuals suffering from anxiety, depression, or certain fears and phobias may not have a safe experience playing this game. For full list of content and trigger warnings, go to About section on the game's main menu, or download the .txt file below. I'm not going to do that. Looks like this game is not available on the Google Play Store, so if you see it there, it is a fraud. I just wanted to add that in the end there. So this game is a lot longer than I thought it would be. I thought this was going to be like a short, maybe 1 hour thing. But let's change the title of the stream real quick. Do not take this cat home. If only I could spell. Okay, cool. Did you hear him talking to me while I was reading? Give him a little shakes, grab his ear, rip it around. Okay. Oh, is it a click? It's a click. It's a clicky game. Please take care of yourself. True. I did not think that I would be playing another visual novel, but here we go. I was looking for truly scary games, but this one said it was truly scary. You are not having a great day, as usual. As usual. Oh, great. It's the first time in a while that you felt like going out. But in the middle of your walk, it starts to rain. Typical. But maybe this is just a sign that you should have stayed home today. Yeah, you can always try again tomorrow. Right? You turn to head home when... a baby. What was that? There are only a few people around on the street. Makes sense due to the increase of missing persons around the area recently. Well, that and the weather. But none of them react to the sound at all. I've only seen one stray kitten, like baby kitten, in my life, aside from him, who I found in the woods. And but I've seen many like stray adults or teenagers, like 1-year-olds. But I've only ever seen one little baby. Curiosity guiding your steps, you follow the sound to the entrance of a dark, dingy alleyway. You timidly enter the alley and walk forward. The ground, dampened by the rain, makes your steps sound louder and more confident than you actually feel. Baby. Finally, the sound source comes into view in the cold, dim light of the alley. At the end of the alley, in a big cardboard box. Oh! It's him! I just poked him right in the eye. You can't even see his face, but here you go. Here, this is his face. What a good boy. What a good boy. Here, let's see how you look in the red. How does Cat Time look? I found him in the woods. Look at those eyes. I found him in the woods. And he looked just like this little kitten. Look at that. Oh, baby boy. Oh, baby boy. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Give me a meow. Say hello. Give me a meow. Yeah? Give me a meow. Come on. He's just sliding. He's just sliding. Come on. Come on. Say something. He's not. He's not going to. He's just pissed. He's just whacking me with his tail right now. There we go. He only ever talks when I'm not talking to him. If I talk to him, he shuts up immediately. What a guy. And now for touching him, I get to live in purgatory. In hell. Cat hair hell. Oh, God. Holy. Okay. All right. I guess that should have been obvious. Oh, I never said what I did with the kitty I found. We took it to the pound. Me and the girl that I was dating, we found it, and it was just a little baby living on the side of the road. It wasn't in like a box or a bag or anything, thankfully. But it was just a little baby. It was like, I want to say like not even a year old. It was big enough to run away, but it wasn't big enough to like, be left alone, in my opinion. So we took it to the pound, and they gladly took it. It was really clean too, but it wasn't like, it was not a cat that lived in somebody's home and just got out. It was still very skinny and dirty, and it had fleas. So let's hide that. It's an interesting looking cat. Its pure yellow eyes shine like gold among the dark sea of its black fur. It's so cute. It puts its front paws on the edge of the box and looks up at you. Oh, sweet baby. So cute. And it definitely knows it. You've never had much of an opinion one way or another about cats before. But if they're all like this one, it's a shock they haven't already found a way to rule the world. You don't think you'd mind bowing down to a feline overlord. I mean, he wants it to be that way, but I never give in. Never give in. You own them, okay? Not really. He's my baby. I don't own him. You look around the alley with a small frown. Who leaves cats in cardboard boxes these days anyway? Wouldn't they just jump out and leave the box eventually? A cat doesn't answer you, obviously. It also doesn't do as you suggest and leave the box. It's just looking at you, as if waiting for you to make the next move. Oh, yeah, take the cat home. What are you talking about? Why would I not? Are you joking? You know what? You reach into the box and pick up the cat, holding it out in front of you. Why not? You're all alone, and well, I'm kind of in the same boat myself, so you bring the cat close. You didn't realize it was shivering until just then, but it slowly breathes easier as it presses into your chest. Why not stick together, right? At least for a little while. You think a little while will probably be more like a day. You'll be responsible and take it to a shelter tomorrow. But for now, let's get you out of the rain, okay? I love the kitty meows. They're all varied instead of just being the same. That's one problem I had with Still Water was the dog. It was the same noise, the same dog whine over and over. You stop by a small local pet store for some cat food, then head back home. You live in a modest apartment. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom. One you living alone in it. So it feels weird having another living being inside it after so long, even if it is just a cat. It's so bright. After locking the front door and placing the cat on the floor, you watch for a moment as it curiously explores the new environment. Leaving the feline to its own devices, you set about making the both of you some dinner. You take out the can of cat food and open it with the tab on top. You put some cat food in a saucer and click your tongue to call the cat over to you. It perks up at your beckoning and rushes over. It looks at the plate of food and completely ignores it. Not hungry, I guess. You try not to let it annoy you. The cat doesn't understand the concept of money to appreciate that you spent your hard-earned cash on it. It's just a cat, after all. I'll Leave it here if you get hungry later, okay? The cat rubs its body against your legs with a purr. You smile. That's enough of a thanks for you. It follows you into the kitchen as you start to make your own dinner. You decide that you have enough ingredients for a sandwich. Bread, toasted. Mayo and mustard, spread. Mustard, no. Mustard, bad. Turkey and cheese and lettuce, perfectly placed. Ow! You wince as you cut your finger on the knife while slicing a tomato. Stupid. You feel a little embarrassed for such a blunder, and sigh, tossing the knife onto the cutting board. You're about to head to the bathroom for a bandage when the cat hops up onto the counter. It sniffs at the knife and meows almost pointedly at you. Don't worry, I'm alright. It was just a... You watch as the cat starts to... It's so cute. Lick lightly but enthusiastically at the blood on the knife. At your blood. You're so shocked that by the time you come to your senses, the knife has been completely licked clean. The cat sits back, staring at you. You feel a little uneasy. Sure, cats are meat-eating predators, but that was a little weird, right? Sure, you're no cat expert, but that was definitely not something an ordinary cat would do. Right? It's so cute, though. Well, regardless, you're not about to abandon a cat in need while it's still raining outside. Not after all your effort. You were going... Hold on. Music is, like, in my head. You were going to take it to the shelter tomorrow anyway. What's one night of awkwardness? Weird or not, it's just a cat. The rest of the evening, unfortunately, I like this couch. I like what's happening here. Goes downhill from there. Even after covering up your fingers cut with a bandage, the cat keeps trying to lick at the wound. While you're eating your sandwich, while you're cleaning up the kitchen, while you're trying to watch TV, you gently push it away every time, but you're starting to get worried at the strange behavior. What if it's got a taste for blood and thinks you're food now? You're not sure what you'll do if it starts to get more aggressive. You keep thinking about the cat food sitting on the corner, untouched. God, okay. That would be so annoying. Come on, enough already. You shove it away a little more forcefully, this time out of annoyance. You feel bad immediately, but before you can do anything, the cat meows sharply at you and dashes off around the corner and into the hall. You sigh deeply. At this point, you're just worried that it's going to take a bite out of you in your sleep. Maybe a vet will have an idea on how to calm it down. You can only hope. You don't have any other options left other than tossing the cat out in the rain. After finding the number of a local vet, you pick up your landline and... Would the power go out? The lights just went out? Great. Just great. Raining must have knocked out the power. You check your cell phone only to find that it's out of battery. You must have forgotten to charge it before leaving out earlier. The outing had been so spur of the moment that it had no doubt messed with your usual routine. You grab a flashlight and turn it on. It's quiet. It's too quiet. Did the rain stop? But then, why did the power go out? You look outside. The sky is pitch black. What time is it? You turn to check the clock. Kill, help, 333-666-000. A cat sits on top of your digital clock, staring at you. Thinking now, you realize the clock shouldn't be working at all with the power outage, but the numbers are lit up and going completely haywire. The cat stares at you. It's completely still. You'd think it was a statue if you didn't know any better. It's not giving off any indication that it's alive. It's not blinking. It's not even breathing, but its eyes. This isn't normal. This is exactly what my cat does. In the middle of the fucking night, I'll wake up, and he doesn't sleep in the bed with me. I think he doesn't like my new mattress. He used to love my old mattress, but he doesn't sleep in bed with me. So I gave him a cat bed. My bed's right here. And I gave him a cat bed right over there next to the window. And I'll wake up in the middle of the fucking night, and I'll look over, and he's standing, just like this cat, just like this this cat right here, and he will just be staring at me. And I just like, sometimes I throw a pillow at him. Sometimes I just roll over and pretend like Satan isn't in the room with me. But he does it. One night I woke up and I can't remember why it happened. I think like the problem was I lived in a bedroom with him. He wasn't allowed in the rest of the house because they had another cat that was really territorial. But I was living with all these people, and I still had him, and so we lived in a bedroom together. And I put the litter box in the closet, and I think I accidentally closed the door to the litter box, and he really had to go to the bathroom. So instead of like pooping in the corner or peeing on my bed or whatever, or like scratching and yowling and clawing at the carpet in front of the closet, he just stood on my chest looking down at me. And I was sleeping, and I woke up and I looked up and he made eye contact with me, and I was just like, and then he got up and he ran over to the closet, and I was like, oh, and I opened the door for him. But it kind of creeped me out, I'm not gonna lie to you. You're afraid. You want to run, but you're afraid of letting the cat out of your sight. You considered tossing the cat out after all. But as soon as the thought enters your head, you feel a sharp urge to vomit. Those eyes, its eyes hold you still, even with your flashlight trained on it. Its pupils are large. No, Baconator, the dynamic is different for me and my cat. He's such a coward. He's such a little baby. The flashlight flickers. The cat is gone. Fear immediately grips your mind. The silence punctuates with the rapid pumping of blood in your heart, is overridden as your ears slowly start to pick up the sounds of static all around you. How is the clock working with no power? You don't know why such a question matters at the moment, but you feel as if having the answer will make sense out of everything that's happening, that order will be restored. But no answer comes to mind. You back away from the clock and feel as if the air itself coils tightly and abruptly in response, like a predator prepared to pounce, but waiting for your next move. But you're afraid to move. You're afraid to even breathe. But you can't stay still forever, right? Whatever is watching you, you can already feel its impatience. It's too eager. You don't know how you know this, but you can sense it as clear as if it had whispered, "Let's play." It whispered in my ear from left to right into your ear, right into your soul. It won't let you wait it out. Not that you could, even if it did. You can't stay here. You have to run. With this thought, a sudden primal instinct awakens within you, making you tear yourself into a hasty burst of movement, of action. But you're still weak from the fear's grip on your mind. Your legs tangle together under you in your haste, and you fall to the ground. A sharp pain explodes in the center of your foot. At first, you think you've broken your ankle, but something warm and wet trickles down the length of your foot, pulling underneath it. You hear the sound of metal scraping on tiles after skidding across the floor, as if it had been kicked. What? Winded from your fall, you look up in a daze and see the object glinting in a strange light coming in from outside. The light pouring in from your now open front door. Thoughts of how, when, who, what, in regards to your inexplicably open door, screech to a halt, as your brain finally identifies the metal object you've been staring at. It's your kitchen knife. It's still tinted red from your earlier blunder, but that's not right. Wasn't it completely licked clean by the... You gulp dryly at the pain in your foot. You barely have time to wonder how the knife ended up in your living room floor. to be stepped on, instead of resting on your cutting board in the kitchen where you left it. Oh, when you spy something in the darkness just beyond the knife, it spies right back at you. A pair of glowing golden eyes come forward as the cat emerges from the shadows into the light from your doorway. It's approaching me. It pads lightly over to the knife, as if skipping in delight. Oh, it bends down to lap up the blood dripping from the blade. Your senses slowly begin to overwhelm you, the chill of the air as it starts to suffocate under its weight. The sound of your shaky breaths, discordant against the static now piercing your skull. The dryness on your tongue spreads to your throat. The incomprehensible sight of the stray you'd taken in, licking away at your kitchen knife, once again completely clean. The scent of blood fresh from the fresh wound on your foot. Blood? Golden eyes slide up to you as if in response to your sudden realization. Blood. You're hurt. Your foot is bleeding. You're bleeding. You're bleeding. The cat barely moves, shoulder twitching as if just considering the act of pouncing forward. I hate when my cat does that. When like all of his skin scrunches like this. Ugh, it's creepy. But you're already on your feet and out the door. You run, or rather limp, down the empty street. The sky is black and bleeding red, but there's a strange light emitting from somewhere that casts everything else in white. The houses, the trees, the road, even you. Everything except your blood. You can just barely glimpse the bloody foot imprints your injured foot leaves in your wake with every impact it makes with the ground. It hurts, but you can't stop. You don't stop. Not when the shadows grow around you. Not when you feel the gaze of your eyes all over you. Gaze of eyes. Not when the road ahead of you is darkened by a long shadow of something behind you. And then even then, you don't stop running, because if that's the cat right there ahead of you, then what's chasing me? What do you think? I think we should keep running. Let's keep running. Oh, I should have saved. Huh? Interesting. How? Very, very interesting. Ending 0. It begins. What? You're walking. Right, of course. It's the first time in a while that you felt like going out. And you're actually glad you did. The weather is absolutely perfect today. That's a good sign, right? Maybe your luck is finally starting to turn around. You tentatively allow yourself to feel excited for the possibility of where you could go or what you could do, maybe even who you could meet. You're so deep in thought that you almost miss it. Huh? What was that? Curiosity guiding your steps, you follow the sound to the entrance of the lonely alleyway. The sunlight only just manages to reach down in between the tall buildings on either side. You timidly enter the alleyway and walk forward, the loose gravel and scattered debris on the ground softening your step. Finally, a sound source comes into view in the warm, almost ethereal light of the alley. At the end of the alleyway is a big cardboard box. Okay, are we the same character? Is a cat. Huh. Guess that should have been obvious. It's an interesting looking cat. Its pretty yellow eyes shine like gold among the dark sea of its black fur. It puts its front paws on the edge of the box and looks up at you. So, you look so familiar, right? Then again, it is a cat. Not many different ways for a standard black cat to look, after all. It's true. This one sure is a cutie, though. Just look. It's not glaring at you or hissing at you for getting this close like other strays have in the past. It's just sitting there, patiently. Waiting for you to do something. Sure, man. Oh. Well, why not? Right? Yeah, why not, right? What's the worst that could happen? You barely reach out your arms before the cat eagerly leaps into them and climbs up onto your shoulders. It butts its head into your temple, nuzzling against it. You can't help but smile at the cat's enthusiasm. I like this. This looks cool. Let's get you out of here, yeah? On the way home, you briefly consider getting cat food. But that would be a waste of time. You shrug at the odd feeling and move on. You live in a modest apartment. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom. Only you living alone in it. So it feels weird having another living being inside it after so long, even if it is just a cat. Okay, we're the same exact character. After locking the front door and placing the cat on the floor, you wait for it to walk away and explore the new environment. But it simply sits and looks up at you expectantly. Sure. Like what? Yeah, pet the kitty. It's not every day you have access to a cute, fluffy animal. What else is there to do but pet it to your heart's content? You sit on the floor of your living room and click your tongue to call the cat over. Oh, look at baby. The cat dashes over to you, immediately climbing into your lap. Poor thing. You just want some attention, don't you? All right. You carefully pet the cat. A rub behind an ear. A scratch under the chin. A smooth sweep along the back. Good? Oh. I love petting new kitties and finding out what they like. You keep petting the cat on your lap, enjoying this bonding time together. But the cat starts to get restless after a while. Let's do something else. Let's play? Poor thing was probably bored stiff sitting in that old box all day, just watching crowds of people walk by, ignoring them. You can't just leave them alone as soon as you're home. A little interspecies socializing won't kill you, right? Aww, you just want some attention, don't you? You want to play, huh? Okay, what to play though? I think my laser pointer still works. Cats are curious creatures by nature. They're also natural hunters, sort of. Why not pass the time by letting the cat hunt after something it'll never quite understand? Sounds a little mean when you think of it that way, but it's not like the cat will know anyway. Ignorance is bliss, or so they say. So you dig out your old laser pointer from your long-gone dreaded days of group presentations in school. You flip it on and see that even after all this time, the batteries still work. You get a little kick out of aiming it at a mirror hanging in the living room so it reflects off the glass, making the little red dot appear on your knee. The cat cautiously walks over, stopping every few steps to cast a look of suspicion at you. When it finally reaches you, it lightly presses a paw to your knee, like it was trying to catch the red dot of light as casually as possible. You manage to hold back a chuckle. Not that it really matters. The cat isn't paying attention to you at all, entirely focused on the light now resting on top of its paw. You move the light a little higher above your knee. The cat reacts immediately, trying to pin the light down. In the next second, you've already moved it to the floor. Hell yeah. The cat jerkily follows, attempting a more energetic pounce when you shift the red dot. Over here. Over there. And over there. By the couch. On the couch. Oh, he likes this. The cat might be ignoring you, but you're certainly enjoying yourself. It's been a while since you've laughed this much. You're laughing so much, in fact, that you accidentally shift the red dot onto the lamp beside the couch. In its haste to get the light, the cat leaps onto the lamp, sending them both to the ground. Aww, oh my gosh. Whoa. The cat is sitting in the middle of the former lamp's broken shards, back hunched, its head whipping around back and forth as if in a panic. You quickly turn off the laser pointer and rush over. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Are you hurt? You reach down to pick up the cat and check it for any injuries when... Ow! Hey! The cat swipes at you, claws extended. It backs up and twitches away, making frantic half-turns in various directions, as if looking for something, or waiting for something to appear. Jeez, that really hurt, you know? You hold the hand with the scratch close to your chest. It's bleeding, but it's not too big. You're more annoyed than anything, but... Immediately, your annoyance starts to bleed into concern. You watch in shock as the cat starts running around, tearing the carpet, the sofa, your armchair. You want to stop it, but you're afraid of getting in the middle of its rampage. You consider calling a vet for advice on how to calm it down, but for some reason, you feel like that wouldn't be a good idea. What happened to you? Is it... An idea comes to you, or rather, a realization. You grasp the laser pointer, aiming it safely away towards the floor in the middle of the living room, thinking, hoping that the cat would calm down, and if it found what it was looking for, you turn on the laser pointer. Is that what it wants? The cat's reaction is immediate. Oh, you screwed up. In the span of mere seconds, you watch as the cat spies the red dot from its perch on the shredded armchair. Leaps high into the air. Changes in the air. Slams down upon the dot on the floor with a weight and force that shakes the whole apartment, maybe even the whole building. You wonder dazedly how none of the other tenants have rushed over to complain about the noise. Yet, as you stare at the sight in front of you, the cat has somehow grown in size, eyes bulging and glowing, tail thrashing, teeth enlarged, bared, and covered alarmingly in a bubbling froth. Its claws rip and shred through the carpet, through the floor tiles, and even below them, ravenously trying to get the red dot. Your hands are shaking. You don't know what to do. You feel trapped. You have to get away. Get it away from you. You slowly back up towards the door. The light moves with you. Instinctively, you flick the light away, this way and that. The cat stampeding after you. So fast, smashing through the TV, breaking the couch in half. Too fast. Bulldozing through the wall into the hallway. A chance. You turn, intending to bolt out of the door and never come back. But with your haste, you forget something. You forgot several somethings. You forget the laser pointer, gripped like a lifeline in your hand. You forget the mirror, still miraculously hanging on the wall next to the hallway. The laser reflecting off of it, putting a small, glowing red dot on the back of your head. As you reach the door, you forget that it's locked. Wow. The animations are pretty good, nice and quick. You don't even have a chance to turn around before the cat lunges all the way across the room at you. You're torn to shreds before you can even blink. Blink. Ending 12. Targeted. Can't stop yawning. Talking is making me yawn a lot for some reason. Right, of course. It's the first time in a while that you felt like going out. And you're actually glad that you did. Interesting. Same as last time. Yep, same as last time. Can I skip? It's the exact same. What happens if I don't take the cat home. Sadly, as cute as the cat is, you'd never take this thing home with you. You just can't take it home with you. You're a responsible adult. Fuck you. Don't come near me or my son. You are with rent and bills to pay for. Not to mention you need to buy food to survive too. There's no way you could care for a cat long term, right? You can barely afford this little outing on your day off. Same, dog, same. What to do? You are not ready. Oh. I'll leave the cat. You don't think it's a good idea to get the cat's hopes up of having someone look after it if you're not willing to commit. What if it gets attached and somehow tracks you down back to your home? Sorry, see you around, I guess. You stand up, the cat watching your every move. You make it halfway out of the alley when the cat meows almost pitifully at you. Oh no, I hit my camera just now. Fuck you. Don't talk to me. Ignore. Leave. 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 Nope. No. You need to nip this in the bud and get on with your day. It's what's best for the both of you. You leave the alley and continue on your way. Huh, what was I doing? In all the excitement of dealing with your furry dilemma, you'd forgotten that you still hadn't decided on what you were going to do on your day off. Yeah, let's go to the dog park. No cats at the dog park. You decide to take a stroll in a park or something. The only one within walking distance is the nearby dog park. You think it'll make you feel better. I dated a girl who had a dachshund. A long-haired weenie dog. Black and brown. He was a really good dog, but he never got over when he would, like, if he got too excited, he would pee. And so he'd always do this thing where he would roll over on his back and then he'd just pee. And he was getting better. But by the last time that I saw her, after, we broke up, he was so excited to see me that he peed all over the living room. And I was like, we're broken up. I'm just here getting my shit. I'm going to leave. And one thing about him, though, was he loved the dog park. He loved to go to the dog park. And so we would take him very often. And I kind of miss that. I kind of miss going to the dog park and my dog playing with other dogs and stuff like that. But man, I do not like owning dogs, dude. Cats are so easy. Yes, he's annoying. Yes, he's needy. Yes, he rips up my carpet. If the rope on the cat tree is too loose for him to pull at, like he's ripped it up too much. But I don't have to take him for walks. He isn't dirty, you know what I mean? I don't know. I have kind of a complex about owning dogs, but I do miss going to the dog park with that dog. First, you get to see a cute cat today. Now you'll get to see a cute dog. Several of them, in fact. The park is bustling with owners and their canine companions, playing frisbee, fetch, running, jumping, even napping. What I'll say about this is I don't like what they're doing with the backgrounds in this game. It's clear that they put a lot of work into the cat itself and its animations, and those are very well done, but all of the backgrounds look like this, and I'm not really vibing with it. Like you want anything to do with these mangy mutts. What's wrong? You didn't think that. You decide to move on. The dogs are all so adorable. You want to pet every single one you come across. But you know not all owners are cool with strangers just walking up and manhandling their pets. Not all dogs appreciate it either. So you stroll around the path, trying to exude a welcoming aura that will beckon one of these cute doggies to you. You don't have to wait very long. I was out last week on like Tuesday with a friend. We went and got dinner. And afterwards we were outside of the restaurant. It was in like downtown. So we're just like walking around the city block looking at all these very expensive looking people. And this guy was walking his dachshund, funnily enough, long-haired dachshund. But this one was brown. and it just came right up to me. It didn't come up to him. It didn't come up to anybody else. It came right up to me, sniffed my leg, licked my leg, and then ran away. And it just gave me a kiss and ran away. And I was like, what a sweetie. Estop is the smallest, cutest puppy you've ever seen. Scampers up to you, blocking your path. Kick, kill, eat? Are you kidding me? Pick up the puppy. You pick up the puppy. Oh. You just barely managed to rein in the reflex to throw the puppy as far away from you as possible. Did you see that timer? With shaking hands, you quickly place the puppy on the grass and take several jerking steps back. The owner seems confused by your reaction to the puppy, but you just wave at them in the daze before hastily stumbling away. You're not feeling so great about being at the park at the moment. Maybe you should leave. No, stay at the park. Fight it, dude. You stay at the park. It's like I'm having to like pass a will check in D&D. Like I'm barely succeeding at these will saves, dude. You try to calm down by watching all the dogs from afar as you walk along the path. But every so often, one will run up to you. When they do, they look wrong. Their owners don't seem to notice. You find a bench and sit down for a quick break, closing your eyes. Maybe this wasn't the best idea after all. Maybe you should have stayed with me instead. Huh? You've broken out of your thoughts when something lands gently on your lap. You look down and see a frisbee on your thighs. Hey, sorry about that. Can you throw that back? You look up to see the owner, an owner waving at you in the distance. But more importantly, a series of excited barks jerk your gaze forward, and you see a large dog sprinting towards you. A series of excited barks jerk your gaze forward, and you see a large dog sprinting towards you. Hey, hurry and throw it back. Throw. You throw the frisbee, and the dog runs in the opposite direction, jumping and catching it right out of the air. That's cool. I've always wanted a dog that could do that. Impressive. The dog and the owner walk up to you. Thanks for that. You can pet him if you want. He's so sweet. The dog looks up at you, eager for its reward of pets and pats for catching the frisbee. Should I? Pet dog. Really? Are you sure? I'm warning you. Do not touch that mutt, or you will regret it. Pet the dog. I couldn't break eye contact. I couldn't look away. You reach out your hand and pet the dog. The dog seems pleased. You don't feel well. Suddenly, the sky begins to darken rapidly. You look up, along with all the pet owners, to see that the sun has been eclipsed by the moon in the blink of an eye. You vaguely remember that you should never look directly at an eclipse, but for some reason, you don't look away. A loud, piercing yowl fills the air, shaking the ground beneath you. You instinctively move to lift your head, hands in order to shield your ears, but the hand that had been cautiously pressed up on the dog's head comes away with some resistance. Resistance like sticky slime, almost cementing your hand to the dog's head. The slime stretches with your movement. The dog's head stretches with it too, as the canine begins to just melt. It melts and melts, and becomes a pile of goo at your feet. You dazedly look around for the dog's owner, only to find an empty pile of familiar clothes where they once stood. You see similar piles of clothes next to piles of goo scattered all across the park's open field. All the dogs, all their owners. The melted goo of the dog in front of you then starts to move with a shudder. It slithers across the grass toward the field in the center of the park. All the other piles of goo follow after it. Was it going to turn into the cat? They mix and meld together into a single entity that shifts and undulates and bulges and grows. You watch in dazed horror as it then fills out and shapes itself. It's the fucking cat. It's a behemoth of a dog, snarling and frothing at the mouth, red eyes, frantic and searching. Before the glowing orbs land directly on you, the rumbling growl it emits is so low and deep you can feel the sound of it crash against you. No, you had your chance. Better start running. You try to run, but you're not fast enough. The behemoth barely takes a few leaps before it's already towering over you. Every time. Yes, we die. It tears you apart until there's nothing left. Ending 21. Dog person. Interesting. I like how short this is. Like, there's no point to use saves or quick saves. And you're actually glad. Okay, let's skip all this. Same as always. Do not take the cat home. Yep, okay. What to do? Let's leave the cat again. Yep. Ignore. Keep going. This time we're going to watch a movie. It's been a while since a film came out that looked interesting enough for you to drag yourself to the movie theater. But there's a showing of one such film at the old theater. The movie is a little too niche to be picked up by the new cinema that opened right across the street. It's okay though. You're not exactly a fan of the crowds. And nothing ruins the experience of watching a new movie for you more than a noisy audience. I particularly enjoy not like a annoying audience or people on their phone or people like talking to each other, but I like hearing people laugh and gasp and cry and exclaim and clap. I like that. I think that it is the best way. Also, the screen and the image quality and the sound system and the atmosphere are things that I could never, even with my big TV over there in the corner, I could never attain that in my room. It's not the same. I don't have subwoofers built into every panel of the wall, you know? So, especially horror movies. I love watching horror movies in the theater because there's something so weird about watching this terrible movie, this terrifying, crushing movie, and then you walk outside and it's daylight. It's like your brain does not compute leaving the pitch black, horrible nightmare screening, and then you walk outside and it's just like 2 p.m. and you're like, I guess I'll go get lunch. But there is something about, and the same could be said about, there's nothing like when you walk out of a theater and it's, you know, midnight and it's pitch black and you have to walk across the parking lot to your car, and of course you parked at the one spot that doesn't have a parking lot light above it, so it's dark in your car, and you turn on the car and you're like looking in the back seat. Nothing compares to that feeling, dude. And nothing ruins the experience of watching a new movie for you more than a noisy audience. Go to the old theater. You eagerly buy your ticket from the kind old man in the booth and head inside. It's barren of any trace of other people, and the decor looks like it hasn't changed since the 80s, maybe even the 70s. But it's what you were counting on. You consider buying some popcorn, but can't help but be concerned that everything at the concession stand might be expired. Come on, don't do them like that. You move on and walk through the halls, finally locating the movie theater designated on your ticket stub. As expected, the theater your movie will be playing in is completely empty. Perfect. You pick a spot right in the middle, even counting the seats and taking into consideration the gap of the staircase. As you settle in, the dim lights fade away, leaving the room pitch black for a few seconds. Before the screen flicks on, no commercials or trailers pop up. The movie just begins. Please, you shrug and let yourself get immersed in the opening scene. But just as you're getting into the premise, the doors open behind you, momentarily casting light into the room and ruining the atmosphere. You hold in a frustrated sigh. It's a public establishment after all. The place can't exactly afford to stay open if you're the only customer. You try to refocus on the movie, but you sense a new presence slowly shifting around the theater before heading in your general direction. Huh? What? Ain't no way. You gape in utter disbelief as the stranger shuffles down the aisle only to sit right in front of you. There's no one else here, and plenty of places to sit. The stranger is also unusually tall, even with the stadium-like arrangement of the seats being on a somewhat steep incline. They're completely blocking your view. Let's move to another spot. And they're wearing a fucking tall-ass hat, too. You don't want to risk escalating the situation further. This whole thing is already making you uneasy. Why would they choose to sit right in front of you? Surely they know you wouldn't be able to see past them. Shaking your head with a passive-aggressive scoff in the stranger's direction, you reluctantly pick another, less perfect seat in the theater. But as you settle down, you see the strange person get up, only to once again sit down in the seat directly in front of you. You look around somewhat helplessly, as if waiting for someone to slightly agree with you about how odd all of this is, or at least inform you that it's all an elaborate prank. But there's no one else here with you, until you've always liked it, but you can't help but think that maybe it would be nice to have someone else here if it meant not being alone with this weird jerk. Okay, hold on. My cat is begging to get out. And he's not meowing a whole bunch, so I'm going to let him out. Come on. Come. Come here. Come here. Come here. You're so loud. So loud and noisy. He gave me one meow, and then he patiently waited. And that's exactly what I've been wanting him to do. I'm okay with him letting me know what he wants. He's a living being. He's got to meow sometimes, but I don't want him to just sit there and scream at me, which he has been doing lately. But watch, give him like 10 minutes, and he'll be at the door screaming to get back in. Okay, let's confront the stranger. You hate confrontation, but you already feel your palms starting to sweat. Sorry, you can already feel your palms starting to sweat at the idea of it. Your throat's closing up, and your body starting to shake. You've always been more of a flighter than a fighter. But you paid for this ticket. And as we know, main character is very poor. You've wanted to watch this movie for ages. And now this total stranger has ruined the entire experience for you. You're all alone in this theater. There's no one who'll help you if something goes wrong. But you're angry enough that you ignore the signs of your body begging you to put as much distance as you can between yourself and this stranger. You stand up, even standing higher up on the incline. The stranger is still at least half a head taller than you. Oh, sorry, at least a head taller than you. What a tall dude. The movie continues to play in the background, but you feel as if a hush immediately falls heavily over the theater at your movement, as if you can sense the stranger anticipating what you plan to do next. You square your shoulders and force a little bass into your voice. Hey! You make effort. The effort makes your words come out more harshly than you intended, but like a sudden and vicious bark. Oh my god, my nose is so itchy from touching him. But you figure they deserve it anyway. You're being a real jerk, you know that. Just what are you playing at, huh? Are you trying to piss me off? The silence that follows your words is deafening. So much so that you glance at the screen only to find the movie is paused. Your attention is ripped back to the stranger in front of you as they shift slightly, like a small animal trying desperately to anticipate the moves of a predator. You don't move an inch. You don't look away. You don't dare to blink. Oh, he's turning towards me. Instead, your eyes widen as the person's head turns, then turns some more. What am I looking at? Then turns more, beyond what should be possible, neck bones cracking, to face you directly. You can't move. Wide, glowing eyes resting above a wider, grinning mouth gaze down at you. A stranger opens their mouth, and what comes out is something impossible to comprehend. He's meowing at me? The voice is endlessly deep and creaks like a weighty door, foreboding and oddly melodic, alluring. But it also snaps you out of your terrified trance, and before you know it, you're already out the door. You run through the halls of the empty theater, heading for the exit. You feel something watching you from behind. You're too afraid to look. The exit now in sight, you sprint forward and burst through the doors. You look around frantically and spot the crowded cinema across the street. People, that's what you need. Safety in numbers and all that. Without thinking, you rush into the street when a sinking sensation crawls down your spine, compelling you to look behind you. Go to the new cinema. Refusing to even risk a peek over your shoulder, you rush across the street to the new cinema theater. You didn't realize that it felt like you'd been surrounded by some kind of dreadful pressure. It just brightened up a little bit, until it very suddenly vanishes, leaving you feeling more than a little shaken. But at least breathing comes easier. You think it's within your best interest to repress everything that just happened. Yeah. Deciding to wait for the movie you've been anticipating to be available on DVD or streaming, you join the long line outside the new cinema. By the time you've reached the ticket booth, you just want to get inside. So you pick a movie at random and take your ticket to the tired-looking teenager manning the booth. I'm considering working at a movie theater. I feel like it would be fun. The decor is chic and sleek, and the inside is bustling with people. It's not what you're usually into, but it's kind of nice not being alone. Even if you feel a little lonely watching families and groups of friends laughing amongst themselves. You'd get some popcorn, but the lines at the concession stands are long, and the prices are criminal anyway. Dude, I went to go watch Tatsuki Fujimoto's movie Look Back, the creator of Chainsaw Man, a couple weeks ago, and I went to this theater in like kind of outside of town, pretty far away. It was really small. It had like 5 theater rooms. It had like 4 people working there total. And this was a Sunday afternoon, like after church. And there was barely anyone there. So this is like relatively cheaper theater. My ticket was still like $15, but the concession, I was shocked that a regular thing of popcorn was like $14. You think that, like, I know that movie theaters make their money off the concession stand. But it feels like they decided somewhere to just start charging astronomically more, and even if they're selling less, they're still making enough money. And it's like, you would sell more if you lowered the price by like $4 and charged what it should be. I'll pay $10 for a large popcorn. I'm not going to pay $22 for a large popcorn. You know what I mean? Especially not with a drink. If you get a soda, you're screwing yourself. I remember going to the theater when I was like a young teen with my family, and we would all get our own popcorn and our own drinks, and it wasn't that much money, like maybe $40 for everybody. Now it's like, if you want to do that, you might as well go eat at a fancy restaurant. You go through the halls and follow the signs to the theater designated on your ticket before heading inside. You sigh at the sight of the absolutely crowded theater. You head towards a seat only to be told that by the person next to it that it's being saved for someone. This happens a few more times before you finally manage to get yourself settled into a seat annoyingly off-center to the screen. But the screen is at least visible. It's not a little too close, if not a little too close, so you grit your teeth and bear it. I know I keep going on tangents and we're supposed to be immersed in the horror, but this keeps reminding me of different events in my life. Spider-Man 3, the Sam Raimi movie, Spider-Man 3. When that movie came out, I went to go see it with my 2 older brothers and my mom, so there were 4 of us. And at this point in time, I thought that the text box just changed. They did not do assigned seating unless you went to somewhere like a sit-down dinner theater, like a Studio Movie Grill or a movie tavern, if you have those. And we did not go to that. We just got popcorn for everybody to share. But when we walked into the theater, even though we were like 30 minutes early, we still only got seats in the very front right corner, like literally as close to the screen and as right of the screen as you could get. And I watched the entirety of Spider-Man 3 like this. And about 30 minutes into the movie, the projector fucking died. And it did that thing like a movie theater where the tape ripped and it burned. And you could see it on the screen, it burned. And I think that like either the light bulb went out or the machine straight up died. And they turned on the lights and the manager came in and they were like, hey, we have another projector, but you guys have to wait for the movie theater, the movie next door, to finish its movie in like 30 or 40 minutes so that we can wheel it over here and then play your movie. And he was like, if you guys want refunds, come get your refunds. And my mom looked at me and my brothers and she was like, you guys want to leave? And we were like, no, I want to see Spider-Man. And so we sat there. It ended up taking them like an hour. And we ended up, they didn't comp us shit. They didn't give us new tickets. They didn't refund us our tickets. We just sat there. They didn't give us anything. No free soda, no free refill. They were just like, all right, you want to sit and wait? You can sit and wait. So we sat and we waited. And by the time the movie finally started, enough people had left. This was like opening night for Spider-Man 3 or some shit like that. So I really didn't want to miss. And then my friends spoil everything for me at school the next day. So but enough people had left that we got to move into the middle. We were still like this, but at least we weren't all the way to the right. Yeah, assigned seats my ass. Dude, I've had people sit in my seat, and it is so frustrating to have to be like, I purchased this ticket. You know what I mean? Ugh, God. The lights fade out, but the chatter doesn't. The rest of the audience seems content to talk through the commercials, even through the trailers. You figure the chatters will stop when the movie actually begins. But it doesn't even get slightly quieter as the opening scene starts to play out. You sigh out loud, not thinking anyone would hear you anyway. This is why you avoid movie theaters like the plague. Fucking flashbang, dude. Suddenly, the screen changes, showing the face of a black cat. A familiar black cat. Confused murmurs fill the room, and then the cat on the screen meows. It's so funny. The sound is strange, and not at all like any cat should sound. Haunting, almost melodic, and layered, as if made of multiple voices of different creatures. Creatures that would probably never say. You sit in confusion, wondering why you haven't already gotten up and left to complain to the cinema staff. But then you hear it. It's scattered and dissonant at first, but among the crowd, people start to chant along with the cat on screen. Soon the entire room is chanting in perfect unison. Sorry, that threw me off. I did that for Deadpool 3. Why is it going again? And then the guy that the seat was actually for came in like an hour into the movie and was like, hey, I think this is my seat. Bro, you already missed half the movie. What? What'd you tell him? Did you get up? Look, I did that at a baseball game one time. I think it was like the Houston Astros or some shit like that. I don't know. I saw it when I was a child. We were on a school field trip, and or something like that. And I wanted to get closer to the field. So me and I think my sister, I can't remember exactly who I was with, we went to the front, and there was no one in the seats. It was like a row of 5, and there was no one there. So I sat there for like a good 30 or 40 minutes. And then this person showed up, and we're like 3/4 of the way into the game. But this old man with a beer and his wife who was holding like ice cream. Weird how I remember them, but I don't remember really who I was with. Oh, you did? Yeah, I wasn't going to start anything. Yeah, I guess it's like, okay, cool. But straight up shows up an hour late. An hour late to Deadpool 3, too. Like, come on, dude. You missed so much. By that point, they're already inside the other area, the new zone. And so, of course, I got up and left from the seat. But I was like, these seats have been empty the whole game. They literally showed up for the, last couple plays of the game and kicked me out of the seat. And I was actually having a good time. It ended up being like a 1-0 game, though. It was a little boring. Okay, let's move past this. It's kind of annoying. You're feeling strangely drawn to the screen yourself, but the compulsion to stare blankly like the others isn't that strong for now. Also, you start to notice out of the corner of your eye that some people in your immediate vicinity are looking at you. No. Oh, they are. They're outright staring holes into you, even as they continue chanting. They don't miss a beat as they slowly begin to frown at you in blatant disapproval. Oh, this guy hates me. Whoa. Their scowls deepen as time goes on, as if they're getting impatient. I'm leaving. This is too weird. I need to get out of here. Gathering your courage, or perhaps putting your fear to use, you stand up, fully intent to leave the theater, when everything comes to an abrupt stop. All of the chanting stops, even the cats chanting on the screen. You tense and risk a glance around the theater. They're all staring at you, every single one of them. They're not moving, they're not even blinking. You swallow, throat suddenly dry, even though a nervous sweat completely soaks through your clothes. You highly doubt that sitting back down will fix the situation. Your legs are shaking under the audience's unnaturally intense scrutiny. But you force yourself to step forward and forward and forward until you finally reach the end of the aisle. You feel their collective gaze even worse on the staircase. All their heads have turned uncomfortably to look to the left, to look directly at you. The screen illuminates their faces, making clear their blank scowls. They seem even more upset than they had been a minute ago. Identical frown lines digging between their brows. You keep going, the heavy atmosphere becoming more and more oppressive with every step. You're so tense with anticipation that you fully expect someone to grab you from behind. I'm trying to get the true ending. I'm trying to survive as long as I can. But no one does. You don't hear any of them even get up. You exit the theater, holding your breath as the doors close behind you. You briskly walk through the halls, putting as much distance as possible between you and that theater full of people. Finally reaching the lobby, you just barely manage to catch yourself from falling to the floor as you gulp in huge gasps of air. Pant, pant, pant. You expect to feel relief as your breathing calms, but you feel a lingering sense of dread that only spikes once you finally notice it, as well as it soars. You look up, and your stomach sinks. Sorry, I have hiccups. What? Oh, those are human eyes. All the people in the lobby area of the movie theater, everyone in line at the concession stand, all of them are staring at you, and they look even angrier than the people in the theater. You don't hesitate this time. You duck your head, avoiding eye contact, and leave the cinema. I thought the quiet knocking in the background, so quiet. I thought that was in my room. You ignore the glares of everyone in the ticket booths and the lines leading to them. You make your way home. Whenever you dare look up at someone on the way, you flinch at the blatant anger, fury, and disgust on their face. You think you start to hear the faint sound of a cat's meow behind you, or maybe a kitten's? Doesn't matter, you just want to go home. You reach your front door and fumble with the keys, cowering from the look of pure hatred on your neighbor's face as he stares at you from his door. Finally, you get inside your apartment, lock all the locks on the door, and slide down with your back against it till you're sitting on the floor. You allow yourself a moment of breath. Now home, your heartbeat calms and your fear slowly bleeds from you, leaving you feeling strangely empty. You look past the kitchen. You pass the kitchen, head to your room, and slip under the covers of your bed, trying to fall asleep. Maybe it's all just a bad dream. As you fall into a fitful sleep, sure to be full of nightmares of glaring eyes, you try to ignore the ever-increasing sound of cats meowing and yowling in the distance outside your apartment. Ending 17, Black Sheep. We lived, but we're hated. We lived, but like, what kind of life is that? What a social anxiety ending right there. Oh my god, dude, this is so many endings. Okay. You're walking. Right, of course. Yeah, skip. Do not take it home. Let's leave the cat again. We've got another thing to do this way. Ignore. Fuck you. Go to the carnival. Let's die by a clown. You spend the day at the carnival. Ferris wheel, roller coaster, pharaoh boat. Rides you've been on before. Hoops, coin toss, balloon darts. Games you've played before. Funnel cake, popcorn, cotton candy, food you've eaten before. All things you've enjoyed before. You're surrounded by groups of people, all having fun together. Laughing, playing, eating, taking pictures, making memories. And then there's you. The sun hasn't started to set yet, still high in the sky, but it will soon. You start to wonder if maybe you should just go home for the day when you stop in your tracks. You see something new, an attraction you've never seen before, a maze of funhouse mirrors. It sounds kind of lame, honestly. There isn't even a line to get in. I went to Ripley's Believe It or Not Museum of Oddities or whatever it's called, somewhere in Texas. And I went there with my ex-girlfriend, and they have a mirror maze. They've got the museum on one side, and then in the middle they've got like a concession stand and a wax hand making area. And then on the other side they've got this big mirror maze, and it's like really dark in the mirror maze. And she was trying to scare me, and she like was trying to leave me in the maze so that I would get lost to scare me. She was pranking me, I guess. And the second she tried to run off, she face planted directly into a mirror and fell down. And needless to say, she did not run away. She failed her trolling horribly. But then, what else is there to do? Let's enter the maze. You enter the maze. A few rooms in, and you notice that the mirrors aren't all weird. Some just show you looking back at yourself, a little bored, a lot tired, and so very, very... Maybe this was a mistake. Why did you think going into a maze of mirrors was a good idea? Oh my god. Even if it was something new to experience, I can't do this today. You turn around, head back the way you came, only to bump into a mirror. What the? Where's the exit? You try again, only to find another mirror blocking your way. By the time you're all turned around, you realize that the way you came is completely gone. That would be so sick. A mirror maze that changes behind you without you noticing. Oh, that'd be sick. Okay, don't panic. I just have to keep going forward, right? You step through the only opening you can find and nearly trip over something on the ground. You bend down and pick it up. What's this doing here? In your hand rests a worn-looking flashlight. Curious, you flick it on. Huh. The light doesn't look very... The lights... Did the power go out, or did the attraction operator forget you were in here? How long have you been in here? You pull out your phone to check the time, or maybe call the police. Your phone is dead. You grip the flashlight in your hand. The light it emitted earlier was dim enough for you to know there's probably not that much juice left. Best to reserve it for the worst-case scenario and feel your way out. Yeah, you can do this. You take a calming breath. Well, forward we go. Hello, daring adventurer. Who said, welcome to the mirror maze. Would you like to know how to navigate the maze? Yes. Once again, welcome to the mirror maze. You're in a bit of a jam, so don't worry. You're in good hands. Or rather, good paws. See these cute little cuties here? They're doing their best to guide you through the maze. Aren't they generous? When you enter a room, the emergency light will flash, letting you see the paths before you for a second, and also what lies beyond them. Whenever you see these kind kitties, just go where they are, and you'll reach the next room. Unfortunately, they're not the only thing in here. It is highly suggested that you refrain from following any of our other guests. They can be sneaky or distracting, but they're always hostile. So please take caution when advancing to the next room. Of course, this wouldn't be much of a mirror maze without mirrors. Can they hurt you? No, they're just mirrors, silly. They don't do anything at all. And you can't do anything to them either. They're just an obstacle you can't pass through. Go left. Go center, or go right. Choice is yours, though. If you find a room with no helpful kitties in sight, and all the paths lead to a mirror or something else, it's recommended that you stay put, and just maybe it'll work itself out. Now for your navigation tools. That flashlight you found doesn't have much juice left. It'll only give you a quick peek at your surroundings, about 5 times. So try not to use it all up at once. 25 rooms! You can keep track of your progress through the rooms up to the left, and your lives up to the right. You can't see it, I have 3. You've got 3 lives, so be careful to avoid the less friendly guests lurking around. Why only 3 lives, you ask? Because you're soft and squishy. It wouldn't take much damage to... it wouldn't take much to damage you beyond repair. And besides, you're human, and humans usually only have 1 life, yeah? And yet here, you get 3. Don't you think you ought to show a little more gratitude? That's the end of your tutorial. Hopefully, it was helpful. Are you ready to play? Fuck it, let's go. 3, 2, 1. Quick save. Right. Right. Left. Stay. Oh boy, left. Left. Stay. Center. Right. 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 Center. Left. Center. Right. Center. Left. Center. Center. Left. Left. Stay. Oh, I made it! I didn't even realize I was at 25. You run forward, but as you do, the scenery shifts just slightly at first. But you keep running. You're running too fast to stop yourself from colliding into the glass. Except, you don't quite go into the glass. You don't exactly collide with it either. You simply pass through it. On the other side, you see an endless white void and people. Yourself? Dozens of you, hundreds of you wandering around, aimless, faceless, and empty. So empty and listless that they don't even acknowledge your presence. You try to turn back, but the glass doesn't give. Past the glass, a familiar black cat walks up and looks at you. You think it meows at you, but you can't make out the sound. It tilts its head, then walks away. The glass goes dark. Then you watch helplessly as it disappears completely. Huh? You're trapped, with only yourself as company. Ending 19. You beat the maze! Okay, what happens if I die? Alright, we're dead. Ah, it's red! Just like my webcam. It's not the same shade of red, though. Oops. Suddenly, the lights turn on. Your eyes burn from the sudden brightness. As you adjust your vision, you see... Oops. Okay, right-click saves, all right? You see that you're completely surrounded by mirrors. The reflections, all grotesque in unique ways, look nothing like you. But they do look hungry. You back up. You don't know where to go. Was there even a way to begin with? You bump back into a mirror. You feel a hand firmly grip your shoulder. There's a sharp pain in your other shoulder. You rip away, looking back to see some thing leaning out of the mirror. Its face has no features, save for a large gaping mouth, stained in your blood. Looking around in a panic, you think that the mirrors feel closer than before. The path you've come in from is long gone. You're surrounded, and every time you blink, you could swear the mirrors were getting closer and closer and closer. Your horrifying reflections looking hungrier and hungrier and Ending 20. You failed the maze. You're walking. Right, of course. Leave. Skip. Ignore. Skip. Go to carnival. Skip. Do something else. There's gotta be a better way to spend your day off than wandering around staring at weird mirrors. Now what? Oh, I can... Oh, I see. Okay. What happens if I go to the other theater first? Go to the new cinema. You don't know why, but you don't really feel great about the idea of being alone right now. Deciding to wait for the movie you've been anticipating to be available on DVD or some streaming. Is this all the same? Try to blend in. You thinking fast, you look at the screen and begin to chant in tandem with the crowd. You feel the harshness of their collective gaze start to ebb away, the air in the theater becoming lighter once again. You release air shakily, just realizing that you've been holding your breath earlier. You feel struck. Surely you can't just up and leave now, not after whatever all that was. The people around you all seem fine now. There's no telling if they get aggressive at you for even moving too much. Never mind outright getting up and leaving. You decide to let this run its course. Hopefully someone will come along, right? Or at least turn off the film? You continue to chant along with everyone. You start to feel lightheaded. You feel as if you could fall asleep, but your eyes don't feel heavy in the slightest. You try to look around and gauge the other's emotional state. But you can't seem to look away from the screen. You try again, but you're still locked into eye contact with the cat on screen. You attempt to physically force your line of vision away. You steel your nerves, ready to throw yourself to the ground if need to. But your body only gets as far as tensing up for a moment before completely loosening itself again, making you lay back limply into your seat. You think you'd be panicking right now, but even your brain feels limp. Your thoughts are vaguely muted pastel pink, airy, sickeningly sweet, and loosely spun, like cotton candy. You like cotton candy. You think you shouldn't mind your thoughts and body being like cotton candy either. So why get up and ruin that? It's nice here. You're more at peace than you've ever felt before in such a crowded room. Still chanting, you've never felt so aligned and in tune with another person, let alone with an entire room of complete strangers. You're not alone. Out of the corner of your eye, the person next to you starts to sink even further into their chair. They sink, then they sink more. Oh God, and more. Not like they're slouching or reclining, but more like they're deflating. Their skin bunches up and wrinkles like fabric as if their muscles, their bones have started to disintegrate. Their eyes dim before sinking into their sockets. Their mouth, still attempting to chant, falls open over a cutoff, gaping as the word ends in an awful hiss, a final, weak release of air. You muse thoughtfully about whether or not you should be distressed at the sight. But even then, the blanket of peace doesn't leave you. Suddenly, from the pile of skin enclosed next to you, you see a lump moving around. You watch in dazed fascination as the lump makes its way to the part of the skin where the head used to be, and out from the mouth crawls a tiny black kitten. Look at that, is fucking horrifying. You can hear the familiar hissing sound all around you now as the unified chants begin to fade, only to be replaced with the faint mewling of kittens. Finally, your voice is the only one still chanting, still human and alone again. You don't want that. You can't go back to that. Not again. Not again. Please. Just then, you go completely limp. Your body feels light, but it might as well weigh several tons, because you realize quite suddenly that you can't move, not an inch. You can't shift your eyes to look around. You can't even breathe. But somehow, the chant continues to creak weakly from your mouth. A few kittens come forward and perch themselves on the chairs around you, watching your sinking body, mewling as they wait for their youngest sibling to emerge from you. Dozens of glowing eyes peer down at you. And as your eyes start to cave into the sockets of your softening skull, you manage to make out the silhouette of a familiar cat perching on the seat right in front of you. Your vision finally fades, and as that same hiss of air expels itself from your mouth, the last thing you sense is something small and alive shifting eagerly under your skin. Ending 18. Happy birthday. Okay. I'm getting Junji Ito inspirations from this. Especially that ending. Alright. Couple more endings from the leave and ignore route. Fuck you, don't talk to me. Go to the movie. Go to the old theater. He sits down, confront the stranger. Oh wait. Shit, go back. Oh, thank God it has a back button. Move to another spot is what I want. Okay, now move to another spot. You move again. And again, they sit right in front of you. You bristle, annoyed and a little humiliated. Are they just going to kick? Are they just getting a kick out of this or something? You've wasted enough time with this jerk, and you don't even know what's going on in the movie anymore. Leave the theater. This is too weird. Feeling uncomfortable, you decide to leave the theater. There's still enough time in the day to do something else. Now what? Wait, hold on. Don't look behind you. Despite your resistance, you feel your head turning to look back of its own accord, while in the middle of the street, you catch a glimpse of a grotesque-looking person standing behind the glass door of the old theater, watching you intensely, cradling something in their arms. Something familiar, but ain't no way. A glimpse is all you get as a truck speeds forward and crashes into your body. You're killed on impact. your body splattered across the road. I just got fucking I didn't get isekai'd, I got Final Destination. I got like, no matter what I do, I die. And crushed further under the heavy tires. Hi Bumner, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well today. We're playing a very spooky visual novel about a cat, a demon, in the shape of a cute little kitty that just wants us to die. Poor screening arrangements. Here are the endings we've already gotten. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 endings. Okay. 8 of what, 30? Okay, it's time to start. Let's take you home. It's time to start ending hunting. Do something alone. Clean the apartment. You decide that even if it's your day off, that doesn't mean you should be completely unproductive. You know you have a guest and all, but you really shouldn't put off your chores. Best to get them done while you're in the mood to do so. So for now, you get dressed, roll up your sleeves, and get to work on cleaning the apartment. I like cleaning my apartment. At least, you try to. You sweep the living room. You wipe the kitchen counter. Okay, don't make your bed, but who actually does that anyway? I literally did it yesterday. I cleaned all my sheets and blankets and I made my bed. And then when I woke up this morning, I just kind of like folded everything to the left of me, and got out. And so my bed is actually still relatively made, which it usually is. I don't move around a lot when I sleep. I just kind of like, I might flip, but I don't roll around. And I don't like kick blankets off of me or anything like that. I just kind of like, I'll go from one pillow to the other pillow. You know what I mean? And I'll do that. But the reason is I used to be an awful sleeper. I would like be uncomfortable all the time, and I would wake up and my back would hurt. And now I use a weighted blanket. I have like a 25 or 35 pound weighted blanket, and I keep that on like from my nipples down, and it like keeps me, I sleep so much better, you know? I feel like the blankets are like actually snug to me. I don't know. Give it a try. Weighted blankets, man. I've always kind of wanted, there's this way of making like a knit blanket where it's like a crosshatch, so it doesn't make you hot, but it's tubes filled with like beads, and so it's a weighted blanket, but it doesn't add any heat. I know they call it the neurodivergence blanket, and they're like, if you like weighted blankets, you're probably autistic. And it's like, look, is it true? It's coincidental. Liking weighted blankets does not mean you're autistic. It just means that you like weighted blankets. But it is also true that people with autism tend to like, or neurodivergence, I should say, tend to like weighted blankets because it feels like you're being swaddled, you know? And I like that too. Who doesn't? I want a weighted blanket so bad. I'm hoping it helps with my sleepwalking. You sleepwalk? Dude, I used to sleepwalk so bad because I was possessed by Satan, and I would have the same nightmare every single night for like a year. Same nightmare, that something in the house was trying to kill me. And in my dream, I had to sleep with all the lights on in my room, but in my dream, the lights would like dim, and from the corner of my room was this blackness. And I could never see inside that darkness. But I knew that there was something sitting there watching me every night. And eventually I would like muster all of my spring energy, and I would shoot out of bed, and I would jump from my bed in the back left corner of the room to my door in the back right corner of the room. And I would jump all the way. And then I would run down the hallway. And the way that my house is there was the living room, and then right, like the hallway would start. And my room was right here. And then my brother's room, and then my other brother's room. And then at the end of the hall was my mom's room. And I was always running either to my mom's room or to outside. And I could never make it to my mom's room. And there were no windows in this hallway. It was just a hallway with like 2 lights because it was so dark. And unless you had the doors open, there was no natural lighting. And her room, she had these big red, like maroon curtains, but in the middle of the day, they would turn the entire room red, like it is right now, but like more natural, I guess, looking. And the door would open slowly, and I would be bathed in this red light, and I could never make it into the room, and I couldn't turn around because whatever it was behind me, and I would just run, and I would always sleepwalk during this running segment. And sometimes I'd wake up in my mom's room, sometimes I'd wake up in the living room, but my mom didn't ever do anything about it until I woke up, and she woke up on like a Sunday morning, and she couldn't find me anywhere. I wasn't in my room, I wasn't in the house, and she wakes up at like 6 in the morning. And so eventually she finds me. I'm all the way down the street in the gutter, like the clown gutter. And I'm asleep with my back against the hole. And she finally took me to the doctor and was like, why does my son keep having nightmares? And they said it was like I was like, I want to say like 7 years old. And they were like, he's probably just stressed out. And I had nightmares until we moved out of that house. So something in that house, there was definitely a ghost in there, and I was definitely being possessed. And I stopped dreaming after that, after those nightmares. And I didn't dream until I was like 20. Like, I didn't dream at all. And I went to the doctor and I asked him about it, and he hypothesized that it was a stress-based like coping mechanism, that the nightmares had stressed me out for so long that my brain would just like cut off dreaming, and was like, you know what, you can't dream privileges revoked, you have too many nightmares. And now when I dream very rarely, but when I do, it's usually the most like either depressing or mundane shit, like I go to work or I went to school today. You know what I mean? Like, so boring. I don't even like dreaming. It's nowhere as bad as it was 2 years ago, but yeah, it happens pretty often still. That's crazy, Baconator. What do you do when you sleepwalk? Do you just like wake up and walk around and then go back to bed, or are you the type who like talks in your sleep? I used to talk in my sleep a lot too, and I could have a full conversation with somebody. But anyway, yeah, those are my nightmares. It's probably why I like horror shit so much, because my brain developed around nightmares. Okay, don't make your bed. But who actually does that anyway? Still, you notice that no matter how much you clean up, you keep finding more messes than when you started. You peek over at the cat. You suspect that it might be the culprit behind this mystery, but every time you rush to check on it or catch it in the act, you always find it napping in the living room. Cute. I love when kitties dream and they snore and they like are purring and you can hear them snoring. It's so cute. You keep cleaning, but the cat, or something, keeps leaving more and more messes in its wake. Let's quick save so I can just come back to this. How are you supposed to finish cleaning up if this little imp is making a menace of itself? No, you know the cat's the culprit. You consider locking it up in the bathroom, at least until you clean the rest of the apartment. But it just doesn't seem fair when you don't actually have any proof. You need to investigate this further. You need proof. Not just for the sake of your sanity, but more importantly, for the sake of cleanliness. You start to clean again and peek behind you, catching mere glimpses of a paw here or a tail there. But as with earlier, when you rush back to the living room, the cat is still sleeping. Okay, you want to play, cat? Then let's play. This time, you decide to lay a trap, one your feline friend won't be able to resist. You tackle the kitchen island counter and give it the works. It's glistening by the time you're done. It's so clean, you dropkick anyone who even thought of eating off of it. The perfect trap for your little cleaning saboteur. You whistle innocently as you exit the room and hide around the corner of the entryway to the hall. From the angle you're at, you have a perfect view of the cat and the island counter. There's no way that you can't catch the culprit in the act now. If it really isn't the cat, maybe you'll give it a treat as an apology for your suspicions. But as you deliberate if you should stop by the grocery store to get some fish, The cat starts to shift. That was weird. Its back that was rising and falling even mere moments ago is now rippling its small tremors like an agitated wave on a black sea. It's shuddering. It's bubbling. Oh God, it's gross. Oh, it's disgusting. It's... What the hell? You gape in disbelief as another cat bursts out of the still sleeping feline you've taken home with you. You're fairly certain that's not how cats give birth. But more importantly, you watch cat number 2 shake itself off before leaping up onto the counter, rolling around on top of it, and leaving fur and grime in its wake. Probably should have given it a bath earlier. You feel like your mind is lagging behind the reality of the discovery you've just made. But you don't seem capable of thinking beyond smaller observations. For example, though the hows and whys of what you're witnessing elude you, the more pertinent question that strikes you is that if the original cat is still sleeping and the cloned cat is busy making yet another mess, then where are all the other clones? Suddenly, the 2 cats look directly at you in perfect unison. I like how it had cat number 2. Their eyes pin you to the spot with their intensity. But you realize without the familiar sinking feeling of being watched from behind, that they're not the only ones looking at you. You slowly turn around. Packed in the hall behind you, from the floor to the ceiling, is a living, breathing, writhing wall of cats, of clones, all piled up on top of each other. Their glowing golden eyes, the glowing golden eyes of every cat in the undulating wall of pure black fur. Every single eye is trained on you. Out of fear and a sheer, desperate need to distance yourself from this blight on reality and disorder, you take a single step back. And in response, the wall just breaks. Or am I being trampled? The cats all stampede over you. It'd be kind of cute if their soft paws weren't hiding claws as sharp as knives. Oh, oops. Hey, take me back. Thank you. You try to protect yourself, but there's too many of them. I have actually, so you know, in movies and in TV where they'll have like a puppy puddle, right? Where it's like a bunch of puppies and you put them all over yourself. I have done that 2 times. Once I did it with puppies, of course, and that time was very cute. And a second time, if you have ever watched the Netflix documentary Lion King or whatever it's called, the Tiger King, I went there on my birthday on January 13th. I went there and I was the only person there with the girl that took me. And because it was still cold, it was January, all of the lions and tiger and liger and taliger and tulatiger and all the weird mixes that he had made trying to make a saber-tooth, all of their kittens, all of their little cubs were in a trailer. And so they're just in a trailer, just in a single wide trailer. And the photographer who was with us, we paid for a package and we were supposed to take photos with the babies. Because we were the only people there, and because all of the babies were in this little tiny living room, I got put into a tiger puddle, I guess I'll call it, and it was like 10 babies, and they were just on me, and their hands were huge, and their claws were sharp, and they were just on top of me, and he was like, yeah, just protect your face, you'll be all right. Like, They were putting my ear in their mouth, and they were trying to put my nose in their mouth, and they were licking me, and their tongues were like sandpaper, and they like, I was wearing this sweater that was like really fluffy, and they were like getting all caught in the sweater, and it was really cute. But there was one of them that was like too old. He was definitely like a toddler, not a kitten anymore. And he was too big, and he was biting me, and he was trying to play with me, but he was like actually pulling my fingers off of my hand. And so like 2/3 of it was fun, and then I turn and I just be bit in the face really hard. And I was like, oh man, I'm being reminded very quickly that these are not domesticated kittens. These are killers that are just too weak to kill me. And yeah, that was an experience for sure. But I got some really good photos. I don't have those photos anymore, unfortunately, but I didn't really consider the like cruelty of that. You know what I mean? And I think the Netflix documentary did a great job of showcasing how terrible of a person that guy actually is, and how awful he acted. You know what I mean? So it feels kind of bad. It's like riding a camel at the zoo or at the fair, and then later you're like, oh, you think about it and you're like, oh my god, wait, hold on, I just rode that camel. I just like participated in torturing that animal. You know what I mean? Blood leaks steadily from your scratches. You feel dizzy. With what little strength you have, you turn your head and watch as the cats tear through carpet and upholstery, knock over vases and dishes and lamps, claw at the walls. It's gonna take forever to clean this up, you think. Maybe you'll tackle it all again later, right after you take a short nap. With an annoyed sigh, you breathe your last breath. Ending 2, Double Trouble. Okay, that was ending 2. Interesting. Wait. I want to continue. And then I want to quick load. There we go. Keep cleaning. You keep cleaning, but there's just more mess and more and more. When you finally stop to look around you. Oh my god. You don't even recognize your home anymore. There's piles of junk everywhere. Do you even own this much stuff? You don't remember ever buying or receiving most of it. The piles tower over you. You feel claustrophobic. The stench of garbage is overwhelming, despite your hands feeling raw from all the cleaning fluid you've been using. Your eyes still burn from the bleach. You need some air. You need to get out of here. You hear a crash and see a teacup you're certain you don't own smashed to the floor. Look at him. Such a devious little demon. You look up and see the cat perched up on the teetering pile of china and kitchen appliances. It carefully nudges another teacup from the pile, sending it careening to the ground. And you don't even flinch as it shatters. Instead, you start to chuckle. Suddenly, you're laughing. It's so hilarious. The tears start running down your face. I knew it was you. You did this, didn't you? You pick up the largest piece of ceramic from the broken teacups. Didn't you? And throw it at the cat. Oh, that's bad. The cat dodges by leaping off of the pile. My cat doesn't dodge. If you throw something at him, he just goes like this, and he like scrunches up his face, and he gets hit by it, and he just like gets really like offended by what you did to him. It's hilarious, and also like when you're trying to play with him and you're trying to like throw toys at him, he always just, you know what I mean? He's such a weird animal. He's so strange. The pile sways. It sways. It's falling. It's falling towards you. You can't move. You're buried. The pile fell on top of you. Broken shards of fine china and sharp utensils are piercing your skin, your organs. Your bones feel loose and limp, crushed under heavy appliances. Warm liquid pools under you. With the last of your strength, you listen as the cat pads over to you before laying down and purring sleepily. Yeah, a nap sounds pretty good. Ending 1 A not so clean getaway. Interesting. I'm now doing all of them out of like morbid curiosity. But if you watched my Perfect Love playthrough, then you know that I really only care about the true ending. I really only care about the true ending. However, Perfect Love, I wasn't super into a lot of the regular endings while I did like the true ending. This one, at least these endings are very different, right? And like the build up to them is different as well. There's a lot more choices here. With Perfect Love, you got 3 choices, and then the ending just happens, you know? All right, let's take a moment. At least I can skip all of this. Let's watch a movie. You're not tired enough for a nap, but you're too lazy to get started on any of your chores, so you decide to watch a movie. You get dressed in your favorite pajamas, make some popcorn with an obscene amount of butter, and head over to your armchair, only to discover that the cat is already napping in it. Yesterday, it was dark. I didn't stream, so all my lights and everything were off, and I went to the bathroom. And by the time my computer screen and everything turns off really quickly, so usually when I get back from the bathroom or the kitchen or whatever, everything's dark, and I have to like navigate in the dark and then shake my mouse or touch my keyboard to turn everything back on. And when I sat down, I sat full force on my cat. For some reason, he was in my chair. He's never in this chair. He's always in this chair or here. And I sat full force on him. And luckily, I felt his like squishy body under me, so I kind of like with my butt, I went whoop, and missed him and sat on just his tail. And I didn't hurt him, but if he hadn't have jumped out of the way, I would have crushed him. I would have just sat all the way on him, only to discover that the cat is already napping in it. You frown a little in thought. Your couch isn't at the best angle for optimal TV viewing pleasure, and you don't feel like pushing it around and having to put it back later. The only option you have left is to sit on the floor, or move the cat and reclaim your throne. Okay, here it is. Here is the section, sit on the floor. You decide to sit on the floor. The cat is a guest after all, and you pride yourself on being a good host, if nothing else. Why didn't it give me a third option to pick the cat up and hold it in my lap? Well, at least you would if you'd ever had any guest over before. You grab a blanket and some pillows and make a comfy nest in front of the chair. Oh, cute. What a sweet baby. Nice TV. You pop in a random movie from your collection and can tell instantly that it's one of your favorite horror films. You've seen it a few times already, but it never fails to get your blood pumping. A few minutes in, and you're already invested, getting reacquainted with the stories and characters. The scares won't come until later, but for some reason, you feel like something is watching you from behind. You know it's probably nothing, but you feel compelled to check anyway. You peek over your shoulder, only to jump out of your skin, jostling a few pieces of popcorn out of the bowl in your lap. The cat is awake and looking right at you. You take a calming breath, recovering from your heart nearly lurching out of your chest, and immediately feel foolish. It was just the cat, of course. It was so quiet you've forgotten it was right behind you, even though it's the whole reason you're sitting on the floor in the first place. You shakily pick up the remote, intending to rewind some of the parts you missed. However, as soon as you press the rewind button, come on, the TV shuts off. You blink, confused. Nothing else turned off. The kitchen's dimmed light was still on. The digital clock was still glowing, and the movie player is still rewinding. The power clearly didn't go out, so why? You feel a chill run down your spine as you catch your cat's reflection in the dark TV screen. It's still looking at you? Cats stare, silly. It's kind of their thing. Yeah, oh my God, let me tell you, do cats stare? God, do they stare, right? You're a new addition in its life. Of course, it's going to study you closely to see if you're trustworthy. As you mentally reassure yourself, you turn the TV back on. What? The TV's on, but the movie isn't what's playing on screen. It's... Oh, I see that right there. It's you? You watch yourself frown on screen as you feel your brow furrow in tandem. It's like footage of you in real time, like you're being recorded. You feel the small, familiar sensation of your mind focusing on small details to avoid the bigger picture of your current situation, avoiding the questions of how this is happening, of who or what is doing this, and why. Suddenly, your mirror self smiles and waves at you, all on its own. You don't wave back, too stunned to move. The you on screen doesn't seem to mind, though. It then stands up. It walks out of frame, and a terrified yell rips out of your mouth before you can stifle it. On screen, in the chair, is the cat. But it's wrong. It's become a large, swollen mass of black fur. Its twitching pulse arrhythmical with its slow, almost methodical breaths. Its mouth is a yawning entrance to the black abyss, framed by a set of teeth that look very, very sharp. Glowing eyes bulge all over its body. It's still looking at you. It doesn't even acknowledge your on-screen persona as they walk back into frame and pet it almost lovingly. Then, the you inside the TV touches one of the cat's fangs. You flinch at a sudden, sharp pain in your palm. You look down and sure enough, your hand is bleeding. You're not particularly afraid of blood, but for some reason, the sight of it leaking out of you sends another chill down your back. A thought, clear and terrible, flashes across your mind. It's not just the mutated cat in the TV that's watching you, is it? Don't look behind, 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 don't look behind. You watch helplessly as your on-screen self smiles and nods at you, almost encouragingly. They stand in front of the cat's gaping jaws. They look into the dark depths. And as you're torn between the horrifying realization of what's about to happen and the gripping wonder of what they see looking back at them from the deep, dark darkness, they jump in. Darkness is a sudden presence all around you, pressing in, holding you down, and yet you somehow feel weightless. You can't tell if you're falling, but it doesn't feel like you're laying down or standing either. You feel warm. You feel cold. You feel everything. You feel nothing. You feel nothing. Ending 3, silent film. Interesting. Is one cat I know who loves me but doesn't let me pet her. One time she accidentally rubbed against my hand and hissed at me. The cute little fucker. Oh. She sounds like she's had a really bad time, like a really bad experience in her life that makes her afraid, but it's really sweet that she still comes up to you. You square your shoulders. Gotta get ready to kick this little baby out of my chair. How dare it? How dare it sit in my seat? Gotta square my shoulders to fuck with this kitty. Sorry, kitty, but that's my spot. That's chair for numero uno. You pick up the cat and place it on the floor. It's clearly upset with you. When you try to pet it as an apology, it dodges your hand and scampers away. You shrug and put a random movie before nestling into your chair. It's some horror film that you love to heckle from beginning to end. Nothing but an endless string of pointless jump scares. Did the writers not know the meaning of the word subtle? What was that? Was that the bathroom? The cat must have gotten into the medicine cabinet and knocked something over. Calming your thundering heart with a deep breath, you pause the movie and get up to investigate. Whoa! A cat dashes between your legs from the hall. Fleeing the scene only makes you look guiltier, you know? You're even more reluctant to see the damage now. You just want to relax and watch your bad horror movie. You go into the bathroom and turn on the light. Just as you thought, all the stuff in your medicine cabinet is scattered on the titles. You sigh. At least none of it looks broken or damaged. You crouch down and pick everything up. Click. Did the door just close? Did you bump into it when you crouched down? Or at least the cat can't come in and make more of a mess this way. Oh, the lights? Did you just replace the bulbs? They weren't faulty, were they? You never remember to hold on to your receipts for situations like these. Oh. Sorry. That was so lame. The door closes on its own, and the lights flicker, and instead of being afraid, you're like, damn it, I can't get my money back. You stand up. You shake out the pain on your knees from crouching and open your medicine cabinet. Carefully, you place everything back where they belong, making sure nothing is missing. Close the cabinet door. Whoa, that fucking got me, dude. You jump back, slamming against... Did you hear that Five Nights at Freddy's yell, though? That was Freddy Fazbear, slamming against the wall, covering your mouth. You look back at the mirror on the medicine cabinet door to see... Nothing. Nothing? What the hell? Something was... You know you saw something just now. You know you did, right? You definitely saw something. Oh, that gave me a chill. You rush out of the bathroom and slam the door behind you without looking. You enter the hall and... No. No, no, no. You shield yourself with your arms and... Nothing. Nothing again. You peek through your fingers and see... Just your usual hallway. You don't feel very good. You need to sit down. You carefully make your way back to the dark living room, trying not to overwhelm your senses any more than you already have. Maybe you should watch something a little more lighthearted, or just lie down instead. You don't know. It's a little hard to think. You just need to sit down. Stumbling forward, you reach for your chair, but... Whoa, it was so cute. It's nothing at all. Just the cat, sitting back in your chair again, looking at you curiously. Oh, you devil, you. But it's enough. Your heart lurched so harshly out of a mixture of fear and anticipation that it completely gives out. Your eyes roll up into your skull. You feel yourself falling back. Those eyes in the darkness. You're dead before you even hit the ground. Real subtle. Alright, back to... Huh? I'm so sorry. I was just so tired of everything. That not you, never you. But I couldn't be the person you deserve. Couldn't ever hope to be. You were amazing, smart, and talented, and independent. You shined. But in comparison, Damn. So stupid. So worthless. But when it approached me, it didn't tell me that it wanted me. It needed me. Maybe that's what I wanted all along. Wanting could be so fleeting, but to be needed, there was nothing I wouldn't give to have someone tell me that I mattered to them, that they needed me. Weird and relatable. You're walking. Right, of course. It's the first time that you felt like... Okay, take me back. Wait, no, I've already done this. Oh, sorry. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Just take me back to the beginning. Yeah, okay. That's a good sign, right? Maybe your luck is finally starting to turn around. Tentatively, you allow yourself to feel excited for the possibilities of where you go and what you could do. Maybe even who you can meet. Wait, why did the skip stop? Alright, we're going to continue. Hi, Bumner. You will never save up enough points if you continue to do that. If you continue to redeem Hi Crawl every time you get 100 points. Take a nap. You're a little tired from the events of the day. Making life-changing choices. Points for what? Yeah, good question. What do I have in here? I've got... Add an emote. Ask my opinion. I'll wear cat ears. 40 grand is too much. I think I'm going to make that 10 grand, to be honest with you. It's too much. I don't know. What do you think I should make redeems for? I kind of just added some stuff. You know what I mean? Stuff for people to save up to. But what do you think I should add in there? What do you think people like? I'll take any recommendation. I might not apply it, but I'll listen to it. Making life-changing choices, like committing to the responsibility of caring for another living creature. You don't even know what redeems to add for yourself? You should add like... You know what you should add? Okay, here's an idea. You should make a list of like 50 different Kermit quotes. Quotes from Kermit. Or quotes from a video game. And make this like a really high redeem. And people can redeem. And then it rolls. And whatever number they get, that's the quote you have to do in Kermit voice. Or they can ask you to do like if you played Elden Ring. Curse you Bale in Kermit voice. If you could do that. Since your whole thing is that you sound like Kermit. How about that? How do you feel about that? That's a pretty good one. I literally added a redeem. It's a Borpa spin from 7TV and I spin in the game. Okay. That's pretty good actually. I want to add a redeem which zooms in on creature for like 20 seconds. Because I saw another streamer, they had a camera zoom and it zoomed in like really close to their face. But I think I want to have one where it zooms in on creature. And it just, but if he's not there, then you're just kind of wasting your points. Hold on. Your message got deleted. Let me click on that. No, I know what Borpa Spin is. I know what Borpa Spin is. I know what that is. Really wears you out. You could definitely use a nap. You head to your room and get dressed in your pajamas before you decide to grab a glass of water from the kitchen. You need to head back to your room, ready for a much-needed nap. Whoa! Only for the cat to race past you through the open door and jump on the middle of the bed. Aww. It takes its time, kneading at the sheets before settling down and closing its eyes. What a baby! Well, that was fast. You frown thoughtfully. Not that your mind's on it. Now that your mind's on it, you find yourself really craving a nap in your own bed. There's no way you're settling for sleeping on the couch. Certainly not the armchair. Which means you should... Why? Yeah, just sleep next to the cat. Why would we not just sleep next to the cat? You tentatively nudge the cat in an attempt to make it move on its own. It doesn't budge in the slightest. This is your bed. You push a little more firmly this time. Oh, the cat sounds annoyed with you. You will sleep in your own bed. The cat opens one yellow eye and slides it up to look at you. Is its voice a little deeper than before? Move the cat. You move forward, ready to shove it out. You're thrown back by some invisible force and crash into the dresser before falling to the ground. Wind knocked out of you. You look up in a daze. You don't quite comprehend what it is you're seeing. A strong, swirling wind is picked up, throwing items all over the place, as if a miniature hurricane had just taken form in your room. And right there, in the center of it all, whoa, is the cat, hovering in the air above the bed, its eyes open, glowing like molten lava. My other non-game relevant redeem is cam on for 1 minute points as a joke. Wait, as a joke? Do you have a cam? Do you even have a camera? I thought that you were just a PNG tuber. Also, I'll probably see how to set that up, that idea. 1 minute, dog! For 1 minute? Yeah, that's it, dude. I'm AFKing in your stream for the next 2 months. I'll get those million. You watch as a vortex rips open in the center of your bed and panic as the swirling wind turns into a vacuum. Yet the point is that nobody will redeem it, dragging you towards the bed. Your nails catch and tear as you desperately try to cling to the carpet, the floorboards, boards, any and every piece of furniture within your reach. Bloody fingers slipping clumsily on every surface. But there's nothing you can do. As you touch the vortex, your body starts to disintegrate, tiny particles of your body separating and floating into nothing. The last thing you see is the cat landing nimbly on the bed and kneading at your sheets before it curls up and falls back to sleep. Ending 5. Do not disturb. Cringe. Okay, just got to make sure that we don't get sleep next to the cat. Another of those weird moments. You shrug. What's the harm of sharing a bed, right? You both have had a long day, after all. You try to carefully avoid jostling the cat as you lay down, but it immediately scoots over and curls up against you anyway. Aww. It's a demon, but I also feel like it loves me. You know what I mean? Like, it kills me if I do anything wrong, but if I do things the way that it wants, it just loves me, and that's endearing. Sweet dreams. I feel like you slept for a long time. You feel a warm weight on your back, but you don't see the... Oh, mystery solved then. You feel comfortable. You consider getting up, but as soon as the thought enters your head, your mind fills with static and a deep sense of disapproval. Not yet, then. Okay. The cat, jostled by your attempts at movement, kneads painfully at your back before settling down again and falling back asleep. Oh my god, sometimes my cat, like, I have this really fluffy blanket that I sleep, I like the feeling of it, and then I have the weighted blanket on top of that, right? And sometimes he will knead against me on this really fluffy blanket, and he'll give me the cutest little kitty massage. And sometimes he does it like on my chest or my back or my thigh, and it's like the cutest thing he does. He never does it though. Very rarely, like once or twice a month, maybe if I'm lucky. You fall back into slumber too. I don't like a same problem that I had with time is solid here. The ... being two separate messages is just do one. It's night. You want to get up. Claws dig into your back like a warning. Tomorrow then, right? It's morning. You'll be late for work. But the cat doesn't budge. You don't even try to get up this time. You just close your eyes and drift off again. It's the next day. Since the last several days. Or has it been weeks? Or longer? You're not quite sure. You're hungry. You don't know how long you've been lying down. You feel sore on your back, but also on your stomach, your arms, your face, everywhere. You can't remember your last meal, the last time you drank anything. You've been sleeping all this time, but you feel exhausted, more tired than you think you've ever felt in your life. It feels like a giant hand is pressing you into your bed. You can't even remember the last time you even considered moving. But somehow you know that you just need to go back to sleep anyway. Everything will be fine if you just go back to sleep. You think you're hallucinating when the cat finally stirs, stretches languidly before hopping off your back. You hear its feet padding through your still open bedroom door, its steps fading down the hall. You don't open your eyes. You don't move. You're afraid. You don't remember how. You're afraid that the static will return if you try. But you eventually do try. You try to prop yourself up on your arm. It's thinner than you've ever seen it. Thinner than you think should be possible. Crack! Your arm snaps under the weight of your body and crumbles to dust on the bedsheets. It doesn't hurt in the slightest. As if even your nerves have dried up and become as useless as you feel in general. Just how long have you been laying in bed? You don't move. You don't have much time to think about it. Your failed attempt at sitting up sends you tumbling over the side of the bed like a rag doll. But you think you're probably closer to being a ceramic doll as your body shatters instantly upon impact with the floor. I think I've had a nightmare about this before. Your head rolls towards the door, letting you watch as the rest of your strewn body parts crack and crumble and turn to broken ruin as your consciousness begins to fade. The cat strolls into view then, poking and prodding at the remains of your brittle limbs. Bad kitty, you try to say, but you think your jaw might have snapped off earlier as well. Almost as if sensing your attention, the cat walks over to you. Well, your head, at least. And you watch with your final conscious second as it lays down, curling its body around you. What a way to die. It feels warm. Well, maybe another nap couldn't hurt. Ending 6. Just a cat nap. Same. Quick load. And do something else? Maybe you can try napping later. You decide to do something else with your time. Okay, on second thought, let's do something with the cat. We pet the cat, we played with the cat, clean the cat. Upon giving it a second look, you realize that the cat isn't exactly clean. Not surprising, since up until you brought it home, it's been sitting in a dirty, old box in an alley full of scattered garbage for who knows how long. I can't really tell if the cat had a previous owner and if it returns to the box and chooses a new owner, or if we are the first and we were chosen by the devil. You've heard that cats keep themselves clean, but maybe this is one of those times that a little human help couldn't hurt. You head into the bathroom, set things up, trying to remember how to wash a cat. You're definitely no expert, but you think the best way to clean a cat would be quickly. Typically, quickly is better. Cats don't like water, you think, so a quick wash would be the way to go, right? You decide to do everything at once, filling the tub deep with soapy, bubbly, warm water. A quick dunk here, a short scrub there, then rinse and dry. The cat won't even know what hit it before everything's over. You open the door and click your tongue, beckoning the cat inside. It quickly scampers in, curious of the newly available setting. You close the door so it won't be able to run out and make a mess of the apartment, steeling yourself You roll up your sleeves. You lift up the cat and carry it over to the tub. Your plan's already compromised as the cat starts to struggle in your hold. You probably should have held it so it couldn't see the water. It got me. Ow, hey! It scratches at your arms. You knew it wouldn't be happy about the water, but you didn't think it'd be this irate. Still, as mad as it will be at you for a little while, you know this is for the best. Damn, a deep scratch to your bicep startles you. Really? He gets me all the way up here? Making you drop the cat into the tub. That was a good animation. Kitty! The cat doesn't reemerge, hissing and yowling like you thought it would. You rush over and dunk your arms beneath the soapy surface, searching for the cat. What if it bumped its head and blacked out? It could drown. But you can't find the cat. Instead, what the? You watch as the water starts to darken. At first, you think it's just dirt from the cat and feel a little vindicated about your decision, but I took a bath bomb like this once. The water darkens further and further until it looks like you filled your tub with black ink rather than water. Even the soap bubbles are translucent obsidian now. Something's not right. But as soon as you have this thought, whoa! You just felt something tugging you from under the water. You try to pull away, but your arm won't budge. Whatever it is, it pulls you closer towards the water. You try to use your free hand to release the drain plug, but when you dunk your other arm in the water without thinking, it's grabbed too. Both hands restrained. You can't get any leverage to force yourself free. Help! You're dragged into the murky waters of the tub. You're dragged down and down, further still. Much further than it should be possible for your tub. You can't breathe. You think you can't see either, but as you draw your final breath, you think you see what has been pulling you down. Something resting deep, deep down below. Something waiting. It's got little checks in its eyes. For you. Ending 14. Bath hater. I used to have to bathe my cat all the time. Quick load. Yes. Carefully. You think careful is the way to go. Cats aren't always fond of water, so you doubt it'll be a fan of any excessive amounts of it. My cat is actually really good in the bath. He just stands there and he holds me like this. And he just stands there and he's real skinny. He looks fluffy. He's real skinny and bony and classic fluffy cat. And what he really hates is when I try to blow dry him. If I towel dry him, he never really gets dry. And if I just let him out, then he smells like dusty. So I blow dry him, and it's really hard to do. I use it on low, cool air, and really I'm just like ruffling his fur with the towel, and I'm blow drying with this hand. But he hates that shit. It's too loud for him. So you pick up the cat and place it gently in the sink before turning on the water. The cat is startled, but ultimately doesn't try to run away. Oh my god. Speaking of cat hair, not too dry. Nice. This is going well. You lather your hands with some soap and carefully give the cat a thorough half scrub, half massage. After a few minutes, you rinse the cat completely and gather it up in a blanket, drying it. Then, you take a brush and carefully run it through the cat's fur. He's happy. You try it. The cat seems like it's in heaven as you brush it. Some hairs are sticking to you, but you don't mind. In fact, quite a lot of fur is sticking to you. You try to brush it away, but it won't come off. This is exactly like my cat. Guess you're up next for a bath yourself. You try to ignore the fur and finish the cat quickly, but more hair keeps sticking to you. Your hands, your arms. Before you realize it, they're covered in fur that won't come off. It's thick enough that you just try to yank it off, but... Ow! What? Pain lances through the spot you tugged at. A Upon closer inspection, you see that the hair is growing out of you. You can actually feel it now. Fur growing out of your back, your neck, your face, your tongue. It's even growing inside your throat. As you collapse and start to choke on the thickening fur in your esophagus, the cat leans up to your lap at the fur growing to your forehead, grooming your hair as thoroughly as you did for it earlier. Oh, it loves me. You think it'd be sweet if you weren't currently losing air. Still, feels nice at least to be looked after and cared for in some way, even if it's just for a little while longer. The cat's careful grooming is the last thing you feel before you're no longer able to breathe. Ending 15. Self-care buddies. Everything the same? No new dialogue. Okay, take the cat home. I think we're almost done with take the cat home. Do something with the cat. I think we need to, feed the cat? The cat looks hungry. You're regretting not stopping for food earlier, as you don't have much left. Grocery shopping day is tomorrow, after all. You head to the kitchen and click your tongue, ensuring the cat follows after you. It leaps nimbly onto the kitchen counter and watches as you search for meal options. Let's see. You find some things you expect. A can of tuna in the pantry. Some leftover meatloaf in the fridge. Oh, I want meatloaf. And what is that? You realize there's a tightly sealed Tupperware on the bottom shelf of the fridge. You don't recognize it. A foul odor is leaking from the container. Whatever's inside can't be safe for human consumption. But the cat seems excited about it, practically salivating over it. Still, you are the caretaker. You're the one who needs to decide what's best to feed a hungry kitty. So you'll feed it. Okay, let's quick save. Let's start with tuna. Cats like fish, right? Shrugging, you take out the tuna for the cat and the meatloaf for yourself. You put the frankly ominous container back in the fridge. The cat looks a little disappointed. Tough. You'll need to dispose of that weird whatever it is later. You open the tuna and spoon it onto a small saucer. You put the saucer onto the kitchen counter next to the cat. You don't think you should be encouraging it to eat up there, but you figure it'll make up for electing not to feed it the toxic goop it wanted. The cat looks at it. The cat looks like it finds the tuna acceptable. You'll take it. Eat up, kitty. As the cat digs into its meal, you go about heating up the meatloaf in the microwave. While setting the time, you hear, You turn and see that the plate is completely empty. Well, that was quick. You need to pace yourself. What the? Little bubbles are floating out of its mouth. Okay, that's okay. You can process this. It's not completely out of the realm of what's possible, right? This is a cute animation. I feel like I should make that the GIF on my starting screen. Right. Best not to think about it too hard. Soon enough, the room is full of floating bubbles. The cat releases a final, tiny bubble before yawning and laying down right there on the counter. Oh, glad you enjoyed it. The bubbles haven't left the room or popped. They seem to be pretty resilient. Wait, what? What's that? As one of the bubbles floats closer to you, you see there's actually something inside it. A tiny, furry fish? This is just getting weirder and weirder. Still, you can't help but marvel at the impossible wonder in front of you. You lift a hand. You extend a finger towards the bubble. Carefully press it against the surface. The little fish inside lashes out, viciously sinking tiny fangs into your finger. It doesn't really hurt that much at first, but then What? Pain starts climbing from your finger to the rest of your hand, past your wrist. Could it be some kind of venom? You fling your arm around in an attempt to dislodge the fish, but you accidentally knock your arm into several of the bubbles floating around. More tiny, ravenous fish lash onto your flesh. You stumble back out of pain and a sudden bout of dizziness, only to bump into more bubbles, more fish. It hurts. You're getting dizzy. You've got to get out. You deliriously try to stumble out of the kitchen. And the entire room is filled with deadly bubbles. By the time you collapse to the ground, you're absolutely covered in tiny, angry, biting fish. Your legs, your torso, your arms, your face. The pain is unbearable. You can feel it. You can feel it in your skin and your teeth and your eyes and your hair, and it's so consuming you can't even feel yourself convulsing or crying. You don't black out. Your eyes are still rolling up into your skull when you gasp out your last breath. Ending 8, fish out of water. Interesting. Meatloaf. You get the feeling that the cat won't be too impressed with anything that comes out of the can, and you're not about to feed it whatever the heck that toxic-looking goop is, so it's settled. A tuna sandwich for you, and leftover meatloaf for your feline guest. You ignore the cat's disappointed meows as you put the weird container back in the fridge to dispose of later. You warm up the meatloaf in the microwave. You place the now warm meatloaf on a saucer next to the cat on the counter. You don't think you should be encouraging it to eat up here, but you figure it'll make up for electing not to feed it the toxic goop it wanted. The cat looks like it finds the meatloaf interesting. Works for you. Eat up, kitty. As the cat digs into its meal, you go about searching for some bread for your tuna sandwich. You're so distracted by your search that you only just barely hear, Aw. You turn around and see that the meatloaf has only 1, maybe 2 bites taken out of it. But more alarmingly, there seems to be a red trail of something leading away from where the cat had been sitting. And off the ledge of the counter towards the living room is that blood? You jump at the strange sound coming from around the corner. What the fuck? Further into your apartment. You attempt to steel your nerves. Square those shoulders, boy. Taking a breath, you walk around the counter and head into the living room. You stepped in something warm and wet and red. You resist the urge to vomit and step away from the trail of You follow the trail into the living room and see that it leads into the hall. It's getting louder. It's definitely in the hall. You feel like you can hear your heartbeat. You hope whatever is in the hall can't. Your body shakes as you feel yourself step forward and forward and forward. You peek around the corner. Nothing. There's nothing there. What? They've done this trick twice. This is the second time they've done something almost identical to this. You walk further into the hall and see that the trail leads all the way down the end of it, but there's nothing there. You don't quite feel relieved, but at least you feel something wet and warm drip onto your cheek. Something very warm. You swipe your shaking hand across it and pull it back to see your fingers covered in something. What's happening? You look up and see what can only be described as meat. The entire ceiling of the hallway is covered in a thick, undulating, writhing layer of pulsing meat. At its center is a single glowing eyeball, frantically rolling around in every direction, until it lands squarely on you. You try to take a step back, desperate to escape the hallway, to escape this thing, but before you can even scream, meaty tendrils shoot out and grab you. No! Let me go! They pull you up and up. Whoa! Into a pair of slowly opening jaws. And then... Is it... This is different. Interesting. Mystery food. Is this really a good idea? Fine. I guess if this is what you want. You open the container and... you just barely manage to keep from throwing up. But just barely. The stench is overwhelming. Yeah, give me a minute. You hazard a look at the contents of the container, but... Ew. God. You honestly can't understand what you're supposed to be looking at. Everything is just mashed together. What exactly everything consists of is a mystery you're more than happy to keep unsolved. Different shapes, sizes, textures. Not the color, though. All of it is the same color, the most unfortunate looking shade of gray you've ever seen, tinted with a nauseatingly wet green film over the top. And am I supposed to warm it up? You don't really know how to serve it. Any utensil or plate that touches it is getting thrown out immediately, no exceptions. Your hands are going to be scrubbed with soap and hot water to within an inch of their lives after this. You decide against putting this crap in your microwave. You doubt it would taste or smell any better warm. Not wanting to hold it anymore, you shake your head and practically toss the container next to the cat on the counter. The cat enthusiastically dives for the toxic-looking sludge, sniffing it as if savoring the scent. You turn to the fridge and close it. You've lost your appetite. You're about to head to the bathroom to wash your hands for the next hour or so when... Crunch? Ow! A sharp pain in your foot causes you to stumble. You catch yourself in the kitchen sink and look down to see that the tip of your sock is red. And the red is still slowly spreading to the rest of you. What, did you bite off my toe? Are you bleeding? You quickly reach down and pull off your sock to see the damage. He took my fucking toe. Your middle toe is gone. It's just gone. Just a stump left in its place, steadily leaking blood onto the floor. You clumsily step back as if it would help you get away from what you're seeing. The blood trail simply follows your movements. 911. You have to call 911. Phone, where's the... What? Your tongue is... What's happening to me? It's eating me. You slowly look over to find the cat still eating. This is a horrifying image. Completely unbothered by your suffering. Not bothering to try and stop the blood from dribbling out of your mouth. You keep watching in a daze as the cat happily chews at a gross piece of... Wait, that's... You look more closely at the mysterious food in the cat's jaws. It looks vaguely familiar. It looks like a tongue. Before you can even think to do anything to stop it, the cat dives into the counter again. Onto the counter again. And what did it get? You collapse onto the floor, clutching your torso. You writhe around on the blood-streaked tiles, crying. Something inside you just... Blood pours out from deep within you. Oops. Whatever that was felt important. And now it's probably gone too. It hurts. It hurts so much. Stop, please. You weakly try to reach up to the cat on the counter above you. Your vision blurs from the effort, from the pain, from your tears, from... your eyes. You fall limply back to the floor. You're leaking blood all over, from all over. Your foot, your mouth, your insides, your eye sockets. You can feel your life fading away. That's fine. If it means not feeling the pain of losing another part of you, then hopefully the cat will take its time eating your eyeballs and give you time to just... Ending 10. You are what you eat. I want more of whatever that was. Whatever happened at the beginning. Whatever that was that happened where it was like, I'm so sorry for doing this to you. I think I'm done taking them home. Do something with cat. What do I have to do? Okay. Pet the cat? I already did that. Clean the cat, play with the cat. Okay, alright, there's a bunch of options right here. Let's get through these real quick. Look for some yarn. If every movie or cartoon involving cats that you've ever watched since childhood is to be believed, then you can deduce that with almost absolute certainty, that cats freaking love yarn. Cats do like yarn, but some cats like it more than others. Like my cat, he will bat it around if you are batting it with him, but if it's just out, he doesn't give a shit. Probably. Nice ball of yarn. You unearth some from an old box in the hallway closet that's filled with knickknacks from various abandoned hobbies. You consider just handing the ball of bright yarn over to the cat and supervising from the side. But that would defeat the idea of playing together, wouldn't it? You cut off a decent length of string from the ball of yarn and go back to the living room. He looks bored and unamused. The cat is resting on the floor. It's not asleep, but when it looks up as you enter the living room, you feel like it could doze off right then and there. You'll fix that. You smirk a little, confident with your surprise. And let a piece of yarn dangle just above the floor, pinched between your thumb and index finger. The sudden shift in the cat's demeanor makes your heart start to beat a little faster. Its posture has barely changed at all, just a subtle shift of the head and ears, a slight tension in the shoulders, a sharpness in the gaze as it locks onto the yarn, dangling an inch above the floor. The cat could still pass as being almost relaxed, calm. And yet the air is thick with eagerness to lunge forward, waiting for the right moment to strike. You feel like you've just witnessed the awakening of the perfect predator. Sorry, Bumner, you said you got pick? Do I have pick of what? Sorry, Bumner. I don't know how long ago you sent that message. You're almost afraid of what will happen once you make the first move. What do I have a pick of what? Sorry. But it will be you who makes the first move. You take a deep breath. Relax your shoulders. And doink. The cat had lunged the instant you wiggled the yarn, but you're faster. It completely misses as you flick your wrist, making the yarn recoil out of its reach like a terrified snake. Having overshot the landing in its eagerness, the cat stumbles and looks around as if shocked at its failed attack. You generously click your tongue and help reorient it. The cat whips its head around at the sound. You're slightly taken aback at the intensity of its stare on the yarn, but you persist. You wiggle the yarn again, encouragingly, and yes, maybe a little tauntingly. This time, the cat anticipates the yarn's upward dodge and leaps up to swipe at it, but you're already one step ahead, puppeting the yarn to dance gracefully out of reach once more. You come on, you can do it. It's a little condescending, but you can't seem to help it. For some reason, it feels a little good knocking the feline down a peg or two. At least, it seems to be enjoying itself. You hope, anyway. You keep going. Oh, look at those little hands. Whoa. The cat's movements have gotten more aggressive. It must be getting frustrated. You could swear it nearly took a shot at your eye last time. It had jumped so high and erratically. You've been keeping the yarn in constant motion, afraid to slow down. Your wrist is starting to get tired. The cat doesn't seem to be losing any energy, though. It's like it's getting faster and faster. I like to, my cat, he doesn't like if I keep the toy out of his reach the whole time. He really likes it when I give it to him and then we tug of war for a second and then I'll whip it out of his reach and then I'll flick it back at him a couple times. That's what he likes the most. Your wrist finally cramps sharply, making you lose control of the yarn's motion as the tip of it brushes lightly against your stomach. Ching. Wow. Disemboweled right there. Pain rips low across your torso, into your torso. Blood pours out of your mouth. In a daze, you look down and see red blooming slowly along the bottom of your shirt, around the tears in the fabric. Plop. You watch. Oh, wow. As long, thick ropes of something pour out from under your shirt into a bloody heap at the floor of your feet. A single red streaked rope still hangs from you, connecting you to all that mess. Are those your... You crumple to the ground and topple over onto your side. Your vision has gone blurry, but I'm pretty sure you can actually live for a hot minute while disemboweled. You can just make out the shape of something small and a deep, inky black as it walks over and inspects your... Oh God, they're your intestines, before it starts to giddily roll around in the mass of your bloody insides next to you. Ew. Darkness falls over you. Oh, a successful hunt. He definitely got the red string, that's for sure. Just wasn't the same red string I thought he would get. The cat sounds happy. Nonsensically, you wonder where the yarn has gone, but there's really no need to worry about it. The cat seems content with the next best thing. Ending 11 at the end of your rope. We're walking. Laser pointer, hide and seek. Okay, hide and seek. What about hide and seek? You're not quite sure how this is going to work. Can a cat even understand the concept of a game, let alone one with rules like hide and seek? Here, just... You pick up the cat and turn them away from you before hiding behind the armchair. You're almost certain the cat must have turned and looked at you while you were hiding, out of confusion at least, if nothing else. Oh, so cute! Regardless, a few moments later, the cat cautiously peeks around the armchair at you, eyes curious. You smile and scoop it up, holding it out in front of you. You found me! You win! The cat looks confused, but pleased at your praise. This time, you put it up on the armchair so you can't see your hiding spot as easily. so it can't. You dash over to the kitchen, hiding behind the counter. It takes a little longer this time for the cat to find you. This time, when it does, it startles you by hopping down into your lap from the counter above. You found me again. Okay, you win. You reward it with little scratches behind the ear and under the chin when it leans into your touch. Oh, I like the purring. Okay, why don't you give it a try? You go and stand in the middle of the living room. The cat following you. You make a show of covering your eyes and turning around. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! You turn around and see that the cat is gone. You're quick to catch on. There aren't that many places available in your apartment for someone your size to hide, but without the opposable thumbs needed to open the closed doors in the hall, the cat will have its limits too. Fair game. Okay, now where to look? Living room. You look behind the couch and the armchair, then under the coffee table. Nothing. The living room is pretty sparse when it comes to furniture after all. Kitchen. You peek around the counter, grab a chair, and check on top of the fridge. You even open the cupboard along the floor, just in case the cat managed to squeeze inside. Nothing. You decide that it's for the best. The kitchen is for making food, not playing games. Alright, hallway. You peek around the corner into the hall. Nothing. You're not sure what you were expecting. With all the doors closed, there's nowhere in the hall for a cat to hide. You can't find the cat anywhere. You start to get a little worried when you hear a soft sound coming from the hall. You head to the hall and listen again. Sounds like it's coming from your bedroom, but you walk down the hall into your room and gingerly open the door. The cat trots out and runs around your legs, meowing incessantly. It looks disappointed, perhaps in your apparently subpar seeking skills, but you lift the cat into your arms and look at your bedroom door. How did you get in my room? You know the door was closed, right? The cat wiggles out of your hold and runs out of the hall. You follow to see it sitting in the middle of the living room. Upon seeing you, the cat promptly turns around. That's so cute. Guess it wants to take its turn at seeking. You're about to indulge it by hiding around the corner again when the lights. Did the power go out? Darn. As you wait for your eyes to adjust to the darkness, you notice that the cat hasn't moved an inch, but I see that shit right there. Was it scared? Hey, are you? But What? For some reason, your heart starts beating faster. You consider going over to the cat, but when you do, the thought makes you feel like your life is in danger. You need to hide now. Out of the apartment. You're halfway to the front door when you look at the door and see several more locks on it than you know you have. You peek over at the cat. It's not looking at you, but you feel a wave of disappointment practically pouring from it into you. It feels almost like a warning. You look back at the door and the feeling slowly subsides, letting you breathe again. There's no getting out then. You need to hide. Okay, let's read this. Armchair, kitchen counter, in the hall, hallway closet, bathroom, bedroom, sit on the couch. Oh, fuck you, I'm not playing this game. This one has ... You quietly rush to the bedroom, carefully closing the door behind you. The only place to hide in your bedroom is your closet. Hide in the closet. You lock the door as quietly as you can before lunging into the closet and sliding the door shut. As soon as you've secured yourself inside the closet, there's a sudden shift throughout the entire apartment, as if something can sense that you're as ready as you'll ever be. As if it can sense that you're ready to be hunted. A horrible chill runs down your spine as you realize that's what this game has become. This isn't a simple game of hide and seek anymore. This is being hunted by a predator as prey. It never really mattered where you chose to hide, did it? As if in answer to your question, you hear a loud slam on the bedroom door. You just managed to hold back from making a startled noise at the sound. Pop, pop. Your heart rate kicks up again, making it feel hard to breathe quietly, hard to breathe in general. Tears fill your eyes as you cover your panting mouth with your shaking hands. It knows. It knows. Crying with your hands over your mouth, trying to smother the choked sounds leaking out of you. You slide down the wall at the back of your closet into a heap on the floor. Spooky. You harshly flinch at the sound of the door being ripped off its hinges, followed by a loud crash against the wall on the other side of the room, like the door had been blown away. The silence that follows is almost too much to bear. You can't. A single sob escapes through your nose. You squeeze your eyes shut in defeat at how loud it sounds in the quiet of the room. Not much point in hiding it anymore, anyway, is there? You instinctively put whatever energy you have left into listening for footsteps, even as you emotionally shut down. But you hear nothing. Nothing. Then, something slides open the closet door. You've curled in on yourself, knees up, back curved forward, head down, mouth covered, eyes shut tight, so tight it hurts. You don't want to look. You don't want to look, but that's what it's waiting for. It won't end without this final act of cruelty, of making you look at it before it takes your life. So cruel. You just want this to be over, so you open your eyes. Oh. You see something glaring in at you from the darkness beyond the closed door. It looks disappointed. In the moment before you draw your last breath, you almost consider apologizing for being such unworthy prey. Guess your hiding skills were just as subpar as your seeking skills. Ending 13, disappointing prey. Okay, let's try that one more time. Except this time we're just going to sit on the couch. You can hear breathing in the background. Sit on the couch. Are you joking? You get the feeling the cat won't appreciate your lack of effort. And anyway, like hell you're getting any closer to it. Stop messing around and find a place to hide. Hide in your bedroom. Except this time we're going to choose risk another hiding spot. Oh, I see. Like, as in, it's closet or nothing. Get out of the apartment does nothing. Here, I guess? You quietly slip into the hallway closet. The door won't close because a heavy box is now blocking it after you squeeze inside. If you try to move it further, the cat might hear it. That is, if it hasn't already heard you. This won't work. You need to hide somewhere else. Okay, bathroom? You quietly rush to the bathroom and... Why is the door locked? You freeze upon realizing how much noise you made, jostling the doorknob, and hold your breath, listening. The silence coming from the living room feels heavier than before, more restless. Even if some miracle opened the door now, it would know exactly where you were. No, it's too close. It would find you immediately. You've hidden there before and it found you almost instantly. That won't work. In the hall? There's nowhere to hide in the hall. Okay, we already did this. Hide your bedroom. Hide in the closet. And it's the exact same. Oh, no, no. You know what I should do? You know what I should do? We're just going to sit here and wait. We are going to see what happens when time runs out. Because that is also an option that we haven't done yet. Okay. So I think I'm approaching all of the like different things that I could do, right? We did all of the ignore the cat. We did all of the take the cat. Take the cat and leave the cat. But then there were options when you ignore the cat. You can turn around. So let me see if those are different. It might just be another way to take the cat home, though. It might be nothing. You know what I mean? 40 seconds. While we wait for this, I'm going to grab my cat. He's wet. He's always wet. Why is he always wet? I don't understand. Why is he always wet? 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. How disappointing. You failed. Try again. No. Okay, alright, cool. So that did nothing. Look how cute. What endings am I missing? I'm missing 19 endings? Ain't no way, dude. Do not. And then we're going to choose... Oh, there's more right here. Okay. Feed the cat. The cat must be hungry, right? You can't imagine that it's had much to eat if it's so attached to that box it's in. Though, it doesn't exactly seem malnourished either. Surely it must have left the box to search for food then. For some reason, something in the back of your mind tells you that's not the case, and not to think on it any further. Well, either way, you can't exactly enjoy your day out knowing you left behind a hungry cat, especially when you could have done something to help. So, what to do about the hungry kitty? You dig into your pockets. You find a small piece of string in your left pocket. Not very helpful. A string is far too short. An eager... My intestines. In your right pocket, you find is a bar of chocolate. You find a chocolate bar? Is it... No, it's not even expired. Quite the find indeed. You're about to offer it to the cat, when suddenly you're hit with guilt as you remember something gut-curdling. Chocolate is toxic to cats. Oh my gosh, You resist the urge to vomit at your near mistake. You feel so guilty, you throw the chocolate bar away into a nearby trash bin. An almost cat killer doesn't deserve chocolate. You go back to the cat, barely able to stand its innocently oblivious expression. It doesn't even know that you almost... I'm so sorry. I don't even know what to say. You're a horrible person. You know what? Stay here. I'll be right back. You leave the alley and return with a whole fish you bought at a nearby shop. It was a bit pricey, but it was the least you could do. The cat eagerly accepts your offering, munching happily at the fish after you've placed it in the box. You want to smile at the sight, but you just feel so awful. Sorry again. The cat seemingly pays you no mind as you slip back out of the alley. Not feeling like you deserve a peaceful day out, you decide to just head back home. A new cat! You notice more cats than usual watching you from their hiding spots, but you try not to think about it. Look at them. You can't help but wonder if they know what you'd nearly done. But it's not like you meant to hurt anyone. Oh, I did. I'm trying to kill the demon. Right? You finally reach your apartment building. This is different. This is a different building. About to unlock the door when you look behind you, only to see dozens of cats standing there, looking at you. Did they see you feeding the cat in the alley and thought you had more food for all of them? I'm sorry. I don't have any more food for you. None of them move an inch. You're starting to feel a little unnerved when finally a single cat pushes its way to the front and... What? Also adorable. Oh, it's you. Oh, it's held carefully between its teeth is the chocolate bar you'd thrown away earlier. The heartbeat, it places the chocolate bar down in front of it before looking back up at you. All the cats look up at you. You can feel their judgment. You feel your sins weighing down heavily on your back. But without the money to buy enough food for all of them, you don't know what to do. You collapse to your knees and bow down low as you start to earnestly beg for their forgiveness. I'm so sorry, I swear. I'd do anything to make it up to you, but you're out of options. Suddenly, you feel something stir in your stomach and swim its way up your throat, closing off your airway as it tries to force its way out of your esophagus. It finally succeeds with aid from your helpless gagging. What the? Lying on the ground in front of you. Really? Gnarly is a flopping fish. You just threw up a living fish? What the hell? The cats come rushing forward, all tearing hungrily at the fish. You're happy to finally be of help, truly, but you throw up another fish. And another. And another. And your stomach hurts, you're getting dizzy, you fall to your knees, tears and snot are streaming down your face by the time you cough up a final, tiny, bloody fish and collapse forward. Your throat and stomach both burn in a way that feels dangerous. You start to fade out. Despite the pain, you strangely feel a more overwhelming sense of hopeful pride. That you've made up your disgusting actions, that you've been forgiven. That's all it takes, huh? The sounds of happy cats munching away at their fish fills your ears, and then they give me chocolate. You feel something being nudged into your hand. It feels like it's the bar of chocolate you found in your pocket. You smile weakly. You've successfully atoned, but you don't really have the strength to eat your reward. Sadly, the last taste in your mouth as you leave this mortal coil doesn't get to be that of chocolate, but raw fish. Ending 24, Fishing for Pardon. I wish I could go inside. I wish I could quick load from the main menu. You decide to cut your losses and head inside. Your sins weigh down on you, but you're only human. What more can you do? Jeez, You try to ignore the yowling of the neighborhood cats as you go about your chores. You consider preparing dinner, but how could you enjoy it knowing how hungry those poor cats outside are? The ones you've wronged. You decide to take a bath and go straight to bed without dinner. A fitting punishment for someone like you. You forego the fancy bath bubbles because you don't deserve them and sink into the water with a sigh. Your mind races, but you can't really think of an immediate solution that doesn't require more money. You wish there was something, anything you could do to make things right. And suddenly, your legs start to feel really itchy. You try to lift one up to see what's going on, but what rises out of the water isn't a pair of legs. A flipper? Ain't no way. It's a fishtail? You feel dizzy at the sight. Maybe you're hallucinating from the stress. You try to climb out of the tub to cool your head, but instead your hand rising up to brace itself. A wet fin stretches out. Just imagine a big fish and they're just like plop, plop. It's too weak to hold your weight. And you're so startled by the sight that you slip and smack your head on the side of the bathtub, passing out almost immediately. That was lame. That was not good. You're awake, you think, anyway. Your eyes open and you're underwater? You must have slid beneath the surface of the bathwater. You gasp instinctively, except not really. A bubble simply floats out of your mouth, up to the surface. You're broke as heck, so you know your bathtub isn't that big. Did you shrink? How? Sorry. And even if there was a reasonable answer, it wouldn't explain how you haven't drowned yet. You swim to the edge of the tub and see the truth in your shadow silhouette. This one's dumb. This one's just funny. Okay. You've been turned into a fish? This isn't possible. You don't get any time to ponder over this, unfortunately, because just then, a shadow looms over you from above. You look up and see the cat. It peers down at you from beyond the water's surface. Oh my god. It's fucking itchy. And then you realize this is the answer. This is how you're meant to atone. With a heavy heart, you swim up to the surface. The cat scoops you up, tossing you out of the tub and onto the bathroom tiles. As you flop around, gasping for air, or water, you realize the cat wasn't alone. Dozens of hungry eyes peer down at you. You can't hear the yowling of what sounds like You can hear the yowling of what sounds like hundreds of cats outside your bathroom window. You send one last look at the cat before closing your eyes and accepting your fate. Fish don't have eyelids. What do you mean closing your eyes? As the cats descend upon you, tearing at your flesh, you find yourself mourning the fact that you're not even big enough to feed all of them. And in the end, you can't properly atone. Your efforts, your life, all of it, amounted to nothing. Ending 25, Seafood Sacrifice. Interesting. Don't take the cat home, but we are going to play with the cat. Aw, you just want a little attention, don't you? The poor thing must be bored sitting in that box all day. You're not sure you're much of an interesting companion, but you're willing to do your best. There's got to be something you can entertain the little critter with. But what? Check pockets. Found the string, and then we get intestines. Not too helpful either right now. The only other thing you've got on you is your phone. It's not much of anything the cat can play with, but there is something you can do. Oh, look at the baby. Photo montage. Well, that was fun, right? Well, you enjoyed yourself. With nothing else to do and no intention of taking the cat home, you decide it's probably best to just leave. You don't want the cat to get too attached after all. At least you'll have some memories to take with you. Okay, see you around, I guess. Good luck. Okay. Poor baby. Your phone just got a message. You open it up and... What? Aren't I a cutie? It's a picture of a familiar-looking cat. The cat does look cute and happier in the picture. But it's not a picture you recognize. What the heck, did I? You didn't take this picture. You peek over your shoulder at the cat. But the cat is simply looking at you. It mews sadly, as if pleading you to come back. Well, I guess I could stay a little longer. But now what to do? Fuck. Okay, no, we're gonna go back. Get out of the alley. You ignore the cat and briskly walk out of the alley without another look. That was weird. You're a good distance away when... Not again. You reluctantly look at the new message and... Don't ignore me. Creeped out, you decide to just go home. I know you're seeing these. Come back. Come back. Whoa. Oh, I don't like that. Come on, show it to me. Show it to me. Oh. Can see. Look at that. Can see you. Can always see you. You can't hide. I'll always find you, Oh-oh. Your eyes dart around nervously, certain that you're being followed. But there's nothing there. You're finally home, but you feel too shaken for any relief to calm you down. You rush to the bathroom and slam the door behind you. Everything's okay. This isn't real. It's just like a bad dream. Everything's okay. You fumble in the dark to turn on the sink and splash your face with some cold water, hoping it will calm your mind and stop the hallucinations. Because that's all they are, right? Hallucinations? You're really regretting leaving home today. You must have been overworking yourself more than you realize. Sometimes he just goes slack and it's hard to pick him up, but he's going to hang out in my lap while I finish this game. You must have been overworking yourself more than you realize. Hey, that must be... You jump as your phone alerts you to yet another message. Phone vibrates insistently, but you just can't look. You keep your eyes squeezed shut, your finger tightly grip the sink. In your mind, you beg whoever or whatever is doing this to just stop already. Please, 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 just put me out of my misery. You mutter this quietly. You don't really mean it. You don't. But as the words take shape in the darkest corners of your mind, the phone immediately stops vibrating. You think that this would give you relief, but you only really feel dread sinking heavily into your stomach. You can feel eyes on you. You can feel puffs of air on the back of your neck. Damp and deep and slow. You take a deep breath and open your eyes. You look at the mirror. Nothing. You peek around the room. They keep doing that. It's not good enough to do 4 times. You peek around the room. Still nothing. Nothing at all. But you know that something is there, waiting to be acknowledged, for you to accept the fact of its existence. Only then will it deign to give you peace, to free you from a life of constantly looking over your shoulder, of fearing your own image, your own reflection. You can feel its patience, limitless and old. You can't win against it in a war of attrition. Your lifespan will long expire before it tires of you. So, you close your eyes and accept it. As your head is severed from your neck, you're filled with peace, grateful that at the very least, you never had to see it, whatever it was. Headshot. Oh? Okay. It had been in the days leading up to my meeting with it. I'd been obsessed with a memory. Something precious to me had found someone precious to them. Oh, someone precious to me had found someone precious to them. My best friend. My only friend. I was happy for them, truly. But then I'd been happy for others too. They promised it wouldn't happen to me again. That they knew how it felt to be told by someone you cared for that they'd outgrown you and your friendship. That they'd never, ever do such a thing to me. There's not a moment that passes now that I wish I'd risked the pain of their rejection and just believed them. But I didn't. I pulled away before they could, trying to protect my fragile heart. But it only hurt all the more. Selfish as it was, I'd wanted them to fight harder to keep me around. When it appeared before me, it promised to be just that. A friend that would never, ever let me go. A friend that would never, ever leave me. All I had to do was promise the same thing in return. You're walking. Right, of course. It's the first time in a while that you felt like going out. Okay, quick load. Yes. Check phone. With shaking hands, you look at your phone. Hi, friend. Oh. What? Startled, you swirl around and instinctively jump back. You slip, smashing the back of your head into the bathroom mirror. You don't register the pain just yet, your eyes shifting wildly around the room. There's nothing here, nothing at all. You feel dizzy. You dazedly feel the back of your head and examine your hand. You can't really see anything. But it feels warm and wet. The smell of copper fills the air. The dizziness overwhelms you, and you collapse on the bathroom tiles. Help. You reach for your phone to call an ambulance. The batteries are dead. Ugh, lame. Ending 30. Photo bomber. Weather good today. That good thing. Maybe good luck too. Yes, luck. Lucky. Oh boy. Lucky. Or maybe it was faint. You tentatively allow yourself to feel excited. Okay, don't take the cat home. And then let's feed the cat. But this time we're going to look around the area, glance around the dark, dingy alley, and only see garbage bags, trash bins, empty cardboard boxes, and scattered litter here and there. If there was something for the cat to eat, surely it would have found it by now, right? But you don't want to give up so easily. You keep looking. You look and only see garbage. You sniff and only smell garbage. You listen. You just barely make out the sound of faint scurrying by a trash bin a few feet away. Quietly, oh so quietly, you creep over to the bin and you lunge. You weren't very graceful in your attempt. You stumble and knock over a stack of nearby boxes full of more trash. But as you stand up, grasped in your hand is a small mouse. This is kind of fucked up. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not really a fan of this. I know that cats eat mice, but like a human catching a mouse for a cat is a little weird for me. The mouse squeaks and shrieks in distress, wriggling and struggling desperately in your grip. You're holding it too tightly and carefully for it to be able to bite or scratch you, though. It wears itself out eventually and looks up at you with black eyes. It's completely at your mercy. Oh. Spare the mouse. Are you sure? Spare the mouse. You can hear the cat's stomach growling. It must be so hungry. It must be starving. Spare the mouse. You know the cat is hungry. Why are you hesitating? You caught prey for the cat's sake, didn't you? Are you really going to value the life of a filthy rodent more than the cat's? Spare the mouse. Look, here he is. Quack. I like when it gets all creepy for just a second. Oh, fuck. You're mocking me, aren't you? Last chance. Hand over the prey now. Spare the mouse. Just wait for the next timeline. It'll be all right. You let the mouse go. It scurries away, squeezing into a tiny hole in the wall. You don't pay it much mind. You don't flinch as a giant clawed paw slowly falls in front of you, blocking your path to the alley's entrance. Not that you had any delusions about escaping. The cat is hungry after all. Close your eyes in acceptance as the paw gently pulls you back and back. And they'd love to do that. That's another thing that they love to do. Man, oh my god, cat hair, dude. Ah, this is why I don't pet you on stream. This is why I should stop petting him. A life spared. Anything new here? No. Okay. Feed mouse to cat. The mouse looks scared, as if it can sense your intentions. Oh, it weakly starts to struggle again. Oh, the mouse is reluctant. Oh. You feed the mouse to the cat. The cat tears it apart instantly. The mouse's pained squeaks and squeals pierce through you until they're abruptly cut off. Satisfied, the cat mews happily at you, tinting its fangs. The cat curls up at its now blood-stained box and goes back to sleep. Oh, God. I think I have a cat hair in my eye. Oh, miserable. You take the chance to leave. A well-fed cat will likely follow you home after all. And cute as the cat is, you really can't afford a pet right now. Still feeling a little guilty about the mouse, you decide to just go home. This one makes me uncomfortable. After a long walk home, you finally enter your apartment. You head straight for your room and collapse on your bed, falling into a fitful sleep. We don't even wash the rat off of our hands. Later, you wake up to squeaking and scurrying noises all around you, so loud and constant they sound like screams in the darkness of your room. You see the shifting shadows of hundreds of mice surrounding your bed. You try to run, but you cry out as twin lances of pain race up your legs. You fall off the bed in your attempt to escape the hordes of mice dodging you as you crash to the ground. You can't stand up, looking back and squinting in the dark. You just about make out the source of your pain. The flesh and tendons of your heels and ankles are mangled, bitten through your socks. No, leave me alone! Desperate, you crawl with only your arms towards the door. The mice descend upon you, biting into your skin, gnawing away pieces of you. You start to fade in and out of consciousness, but you still reach up for the doorknob. Your arm heavy, weighed down by the mice clinging to it with little claws and tiny teeth. You manage to jostle the knob enough for the door to slowly swing open. Plop. But your outstretched arm suddenly falls to the ground, lifeless. The mice manage to chew through the flesh and bone of your now dismembered limb. As a few mice creep forward to curiously inspect your arm, you stare blankly at it for a moment before sliding your gaze up. On the newly opened doorway sits a familiar-looking mouse. It stares at you, the darkness in its beady black eyes. You can't begin to measure its depth. Nor the hatred pouring out from within them. All of it aimed at you. You collapse, head hitting the floor as your other arm is eaten away as well. You're not sure how you're still conscious. The pain should be indescribable, and yet you feel a cold sense of loss. The mice have clustered along your back now, gnawing and ripping their way between your shoulder blades, into your back, into your chest. You weakly cough up blood. They must have damaged something important. You feel something being pulled out of you, and in between the moments that blankets of darkness fade out your vision. Weird sentence. You hear something wet plop on the ground in front of you. You pry your eyes open and see it in front of the mouse. Weirdly shaped, red with your blood and pulsing. And oh, that's your heart. That's your heart, isn't it? The other mice descend upon it, abandoning your half-eaten body. You're losing a lot of blood. You feel sleepy, but you also feel anger? Yes, so much anger. How dare they? How dare they? The last thing you see before your vision fails you is a pair of glowing eyes leering in from the darkness beyond the doorway. You can hear squeaks and shrieks of terror all around you. low yowls, deep snarls, gnashing teeth, tearing flesh. As your remaining senses leave you, you smile weakly with the last of your strength when something with soft, slightly damp and sticky fur nuzzles your cheek. Good kitty. Ending 27. Well fed. That one was interesting. Nothing new. Don't take the cat home. Okay, we're going to... Have I done both of these? I think I did both of these. Now I need to do the other one of these. Look around the area. You search around, but there's nothing really in the alley that looks interesting enough for the cat to play with. So maybe... How about a game? You decide on a game you've known since childhood. Red light, green light. Classic. Teaching a cat how to play it might be a bit of a challenge, but you get the feeling the feline's natural hunting instincts will help it along. You walk to the entrance of the alley, the cat meowing at you. Oops. I'm so glad there's a back button. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. You exaggerate your movements, covering your eyes with your hands, and turn around. 1, 2, 3. Red light. You spin around. The cat hasn't left the box, tilting its head at you in curious confusion. Let's quick save right here. I'll keep playing. You try again. This time you go a bit slower. 1, 2, 3. Red light. When you turn around this time. Look at him. Look at him. The cat is out of the box. The cat freezes under your stare, as if it thinks you can't see it if it doesn't move. So cute. Satisfied that the cat is getting the hang of the game, you turn again, speeding back up. 1, 2, 3, red light. You turn around. Look at him. The cat is a few steps away from the box now, peeking out from behind a dumpster, its eyes trained rather intensely on you. Well, at least it's having fun. You turn again and feel a sudden chill run down your spine. You feel silly, but you can't help counting a little faster this time. 1, 2, 3, red light. Whirling around after saying red light, you look at the cat. It's bigger. It's halfway down the alley, closer to you now, but it's much bigger now. It's as if the perspective of what you're seeing is off somehow. Doesn't the cat look a little bigger? Its pupils are thin slits now. Something's not right. The cat meows at you again, but it sounds much deeper than earlier. It crouches down, as if poised to lunge forward. Your breath shudders a little as your heart starts to race. Your foot instinctively shifts back. You freeze immediately. The cat looks impatient. It wants to keep playing, but you gulp and turn around, swiftly counting and turning again as you gasp out. 1, 2, 3, red light. The ground shakes as you whirl back around to find yourself staring at a long surface of black fur. You slowly look up and up and up. Oh my god, this again. They do this constantly. And see a giant, shadowy figure leering down from its position, hunched over you. Fangs dripping. What fangs? Where are they? Where are the fangs? Claws crushing into the concrete walls of the alley. Its glowing eyes are blinking as they look back at you. This one has the most animation so far. It's pretty cool. The cat waiting for your next turn. But it's so close. If you turn around now, you don't want to play anymore. Run. Immediate death. You don't even finish turning before its claws grip your torso, digging in and piercing the soft flesh of your stomach with ease. As you're lifted into the drooling, gaping jaws above you, you can't help but think that there must have been another way out of this. But pointless regrets are pretty typical for you, aren't they? Ending 32, Fear Quitter. Keeping your eyes trained on the giant looming over you, you take a step back. No, that's cheating. Oh. What? I don't know. Let me do the other one. Instant death. This is different. B. What are you doing? Stop. You'll break everything. Back up. The cat stares as you keep eye contact and back up. You step back and back. And as you take one more step back out of the alley, go home. Error. The world outside the alley seems to be broken. What exactly did you do? Error. Ending 33, error. Oh my god, I still have 11 more. Holy shit. Okay, what am I missing? So I've got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I'm missing ending 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Okay. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Before we figure out what's up with these endings, which seem to be coming after error, let's look up ending 7. Let's find what we need to do. What's this game called? Do not take this cat home. Ending guide. This is somebody advertising their YouTube channel. There is only... The only guide online is this one YouTube video. Let's see. What is ending... Oh. They don't even separate the video into chapters showing, like, how to get ending 7. They don't even do that. They just run through all the endings. Okay, alright, well then I guess we gotta do it ourselves because nobody online does it. You're walking, right? Of course. Is there anything else I can do here? Okay, let's quick save right here and let's find out. Feed the cat. Did I already do both of these? Check pockets. I already did this one. And I already did this one. Blood. What? The cat lets out a sad, pleading little sound. It's hungry. It must be starving, so you look around and see a nearby shard of glass. Your body moves as if it knows what to do, what needs to be done. You take the shard and... Why would you do that? Oh, look at that creepy little alien. You carefully hold your finger over the cat. Dark red blood beads at the wound. Before growing heavy enough to drip into the cat's open, waiting jaws. It mews happily at you. You smile warmly and lower your hand into the box, stroking the cat's cheek before letting it lap gently at your bleeding finger. When the flow gets weak and the cat meows for more, you squeeze below the wound, coaxing more blood out. You feel a strange but welcome sense of comfort from the odd exchange. A being other than yourself was hungry, and you were able to provide it sustenance. A small wrong in the world made right. A small wrong in the world made right, even if so strangely done and only temporary. Ironically, it's at that moment that you start to feel dizzy. You didn't think you were losing that much blood. You slump against the cat's box and listen to it mew in distress. You think it sounds worried about you, or at least you like to think so. It could just want more blood as well. The cat hops out of the box and into your lap, nuzzling at your stomach and meowing unhappily. You wish you could ease its concerns, but it's not like you can just talk to each other. You can't help but try to remember the last time you talked to anyone, actually. If you were to die here right now, in this alley, how long would it take for someone to realize you were missing, that you were gone? Your thoughts are interrupted when a cat yowls loudly, tensing up in your lap. You don't have time to wonder why as a voice rings out from the entryway to the alley. Hello? Hey, you, are you all right? You don't answer. You don't think you can. Your voice feels locked away, deep, deep within you. The cat looks at you with a long stare, as if assessing you. It looks back towards the voice with a final nuzzle to your stomach. It hops out of your lap, walking towards the alley's entrance, but then its face opens. It peels back and opens again. Writhing tendrils peeking out from where you think its mouth should be. The stranger's silhouette freezes in the light beyond the alley. What the hell is... But they don't even have a chance to finish their question. The tendrils converge into one before shooting out of the cat's jaws and piercing into the stranger's shoulder. They let out a pained cry, a fearful yell. They claw at the tendrils, trying to pull them loose, but to no avail. You can't seem to process their screams. You stare at the creature before you, so different from the cat who mewed out of concern for you earlier. Stop the cat. You can't let this happen. You shakily crawl forward. You weakly grabbed at the conjoined tendrils that pulse as they drain the stranger's blood. But you tug as firmly as you're able. The tendrils pulsing halts, and the cat turns to you. It takes a strange, trilling noise that sounds like a question. but you have no answer. You can't even understand the question, so you simply scoop up the creature, the cat, cradling it in your arms. You gaze almost longingly at the light beyond the alley's entrance. You don't know what's going on, but you can't just sit by and watch someone else be eaten so viciously. Not when they tried to see if you were okay. Not when you could offer yourself instead. You think the stranger is set free, because after the sound of shoes hastily scuffling on the pavement fades into the distance, you feel something sharp pierce your back. It feels thin, almost like a needle. So the pain passes quickly as your body adjusts to the intrusion. You're sure it wasn't so thin when it skewered through the stranger's shoulder earlier. But as you feel your blood leave your body, slowly as if being pumped out, it gets harder to think and your vision starts to fail you. The creature in your arms makes a soft sound. You hold it as tightly and closely to you as your weak arms can manage. Why? There's like a single hair curling into my eye. This is fine. You're okay with this. You don't know if this will change anything. Surely the cat will get hungry again at some point after you're gone and no longer an option. But at least this time, you were able to save someone. Ending 28, personal care package. Okay, that was 28. We're going to let the cat feed. Oh, someone help me help. Oh, help. Oh. You look away as the creature devours the stranger, draining them until they're nothing but a husk of bone, skin, and clothes heaped on the floor. You feel awful, but what could you do? The creature is also a living thing. Shouldn't it be allowed to eat what it needs to? This is how they felt in Tokyo Ghoul. Like, ghouls exist too. Ghouls have to eat. It's not their fault that only humans taste good. Does it not also have a right to do what it must to survive? You ignore the voice in the back of your head that questions if there could have been another way. It's not like you tried to see if it could eat anything other than blood. Human blood. Now did you? Oh, I did. The creature purrs as it rubs its side into your arm. You realize that after a bit of rest, you've already started feeling better. But you also think that something inside you feels a little bit broken, too. You're not quite sure what it is yet. You stand and hold out your arms. Still hungry? The creature trills happily and hops onto your outstretched arms. Let's go then, yeah? You leave the alley together. You go out into the world together. The cat is hungry, and it will be hungry often from now on. Very often. Screams of fear and terror follow you both wherever you go. And without thought or care or concern for any of it, you just stand back and watch. This reminds me of in Fully Cooley when Mamimi finds the little medical mechanica robot and starts feeding it electronics, and then she just watches as it like devours the cars of her bullies and stuff like that. You know what I mean? All you can eat blood Fae, ending 29. Okay. We're almost done. Oh, no, not save. Skip. Do not take cat home. Okay, so we finished feed cat, I assume. Let's quick save and just check. Yeah, okay. Yes, done. Let's play with cat. buy a toy. After being out in this alley all alone for who knows how long, you personally think your furry friend deserves something special. I'll be right back, okay? You quickly leave the alley and rush to the nearby pet store. You browse through all the different toys for cats. There are so many to choose from, plush and bright colored and scented with catnip. I think, to be honest with you, whenever I hiccuped. There are many pet stores around me. There's, I think, 4 different pet stores around me, and all of them have the same toys. Like, you never really see different toys. They're either like stuff for them to play on their own that none of my cats have ever liked, string toys, or catnip toys, and that's kind of it. And he only likes string toys, but only specific kinds. There's so many to choose from, plush and bright colored and scented with catnip, but you realize that most of the toys aren't meant for a cat to play with alone. You can't stay in the alley playing forever, and you can't exactly afford to get another cat as a playmate. Another. That's it. You know exactly what to get now. After a quick and successful search of the store, you make your purchase and run back to the alley, eager to show off your find. I'm back. The alley feels even gloomier after spending time in direct sunlight. It makes you feel that much prouder of your gift. You skip over to the cat and dig in the store's plastic bag. I've got something for you. The cat leans up, curious at the bag's contents. You pull out your gift to the cat. Ta-da! It's a small cat plushie, and it's so cute, too. The plushie is a light orange cream color with a burnt sepia stripes, making it resemble a tabby cat. The synthetic fur is soft, but not unrealistically so. The large eyes are pale green, more subdued than you would have expected for a toy. There's no denying that it's a plushie, but the delightful details still make it almost uncanny to the real thing, which makes it perfect. A companion for the cat, and one you could actually afford. Win-win. That's not all. You give the plushie a little squeeze and... Meow! The cat looks unimpressed. Well, you think it's cute. Guess your purchase wasn't so successful after all. Out of options and lower on cash, you awkwardly place the plushie inside the box next to the cat. You get up and turn to leave. Just a few steps away when you hear an electronic meow behind you. Huh? You turn to see the plushie on the ground next to the box. The cat is watching you closely, staring. Okay, quick save. Pick up plushie. You sigh and go over to pick up the stuffed toy. You really do just want attention, don't you? You hold up the cat doll, examining it a little. It looks a little different. It looks the same to me. Oh, okay. Did it just look at you? The plushie somehow opens its sewn-on mouth before biting into your wrist. Ah, stop! You try to fling it off, but its grip on you is strong as it drinks your blood, ravenous and frantic. You hit it against the concrete wall of the alley. You try to tear at its sturdy fabric. But try as you might, you can't seem to hurt it or make it stop. It's just a toy after all. This song's good. Eventually, you start to feel faint. Eventually, you start to feel faint enough to collapse to your knees in defeat. The stuffed doll is drinking more calmly now, as if its previous aggression had been a mere reaction to your desperation. It seems satisfied that you're no longer putting up a fight. You think you blacked out for a second, because though you're still sitting, the next time you're conscious, your eyes are closed. You feel so weak. You have to use all your strength just to pry open your eyes, and when you do, you see a kitten. Its fur, a familiar orange cream with burnt sepia stripes. It's lapping at your wrist. The kitten lifts its head and looks at you with piercing, pale green eyes. It mews at you with a high, squeaky pitch. Mouth covered in blood. That'd be downright adorable if you weren't about to die from blood loss. It's a cute kitty. The cat strolls into your line of vision and picks the kitten up. It gives you an indecipherable look before turning away. Cat carries the kitten back to the box and starts to carefully and dutifully clean it. You sway and find you can't right yourself before falling to the ground. It would seem that in the end, you'd gotten the cat a playmate after all. Living Doll is 34. He looks so happy. Looks so happy on the cover. Ungrateful little monster, you huff in annoyance. You're welcome. Shaking your head, you turn to leave once again. When a sharp pain lances up your arm. Crying out, you grab at your arm, only for it to... Wait, stuffing. Fall off? Your arm just falls right off. You stare in shock at your severed limb on the ground. Gathering your courage, you turn to look at where your arm had once connected to the rest of you, only to see... blood? It's... cotton? And notice how we never wear clothes. No one in this universe wears clothes. We're all just like amorphous gray people. Touching it, the stump doesn't even hurt. That's... until the same thing happens to your other arm. You fall when both your legs succumb to the same nonsensical fate, crying out at the agony that comes and goes like it never happened, as if you're not currently laying on the dirty ground of an alley, limbless. What in the world is going on? You can't make sense of it. You can't think straight. Or like the scarecrow, the pain has receded, leaving you with a strangely empty pit in your stomach, considering you still have a stomach and it hasn't been replaced with... As you lay back, helpless and still in shock, staring at the sky, the cat's face appears in your line of vision. It lunges at your torso and starts biting and clawing into your chest like you're a chew toy. It doesn't hurt anymore. You feel like it should. You're not sure if you're glad that it doesn't. Eventually, you feel the cat pull something out of you. A small doll that looks very, very familiar. It's hard to tell, but that doll that's you, isn't it? Oh my god. Pulls out my little soul. The cat hops off of you and heads back to the box with its prize. At least, you think so. Everything's too dark to tell. You wake up and find that you can't move an inch. You can't look around. You can't even breathe. Though none of those realizations seem to be a problem, all you can see is the face of a familiar-looking cat curled around you, purring in his sleep. For some reason, this doesn't bother you. You're not sure why you feel like it should. You try to latch on to the thoughts in your head, feel like memories of another life, another time, another you, but the thoughts slip away like forgotten dreams. Turned us into a little snuggle buddy. Oh well, it's fine, isn't it? You're just a doll, after all, and a doll's role isn't to have silly thoughts or to remember unimportant things, but to be a companion. And judging from the cat's contented purring, you seem to be performing your role perfectly. You are filled with an overwhelmingly strong sense of pride at this fact. And so you too feel content. Ending 35. Okay, that was probably the best ending, like the nicest ending. I think the one of us going home and everybody hates us after the movie theater was probably the ending that, like, at least we're alive. At least we're still us, right? But this ending at least was like a little happy. Do not take cat. Can I do this? It's quick save. You are not ready. Okay. On second thought. No, wait. Hold on. Have I really done everything? Play with cat, feed cat, leave cat. Turn back. Aw, how are you supposed to walk away from that? What kind of monster would you be if you could? You sigh a little and walk back to the cat. It looks almost hopeful, its tail swishing faster as it leans up a little more to you, as if eager for your next move. Leave. You really can't afford to take the cat home with you. Well, maybe it wouldn't be completely impossible. A few extraneous luxuries cut here and there, and you could see things working out, sure. But there's a slight problem that's been making you waver this whole time. One you simply can't ignore, the problem being that you just can't trust this cat. Sounds ridiculous even in your head. Cats don't require trust to care for. They're incapable of betrayal or deception, specifically because, like other animals, they only seek out the most basic essentials of living, procreation, and comfort. Malice isn't something they would ever logically be applied to them. And yet, you feel it. That behind that gut-wrenchingly adorable face is something dangerous, and that something brought you here. It called you here. You're a curious person, and even you can't shake the deep, instinctual desire to get away from it, get away from it, get away from it, get away from it. Cat's face looks blank. It's an expression you've seen on many cats before, but something about it feels sharper, like it's aware of your thoughts and your intention to leave. And it's daring you to try. You slowly stand up. The cat tracks your movements with its eyes, not bothering to move its head. You don't say a word. You try not to even think. Though you don't really succeed. You turn around and quickly leave the alley, feeling those sharp eyes on you the whole way. When you get a good distance away, you finally take in deep gulps of air. You feel better now. And there's still plenty of time left to enjoy your day off. As long as you forget everything that just happened, but what to do. All of this is fucked up now. It's been a while since a film came out that looked interesting enough for you to drag yourself to a movie theater. But there's a showing of one such film at the old theater. It was a little too niche to be picked up by the new cinema. Well, I've already read this. Go to the old theater, okay? What the? How did you get back here? It's smiling. Get away from it, get away from it, get away from it. You leave the alley quickly. What now? Go watch a movie. Go to new cinema. You don't know why, but you don't really feel great about the idea of being alone right now. Yeah, already read this. Cat's face looks... You leave the alley quickly. What now? Go to the carnival. Enter the maze. The cat's face looks... Go to the dog park. Okay. dogs, they should all just die. You decide to move on. The dogs are also adorable. It's even worse this time. You stop at the smallest, cutest puppy you've ever seen scampers up to you, blocking your path. Puppy. You pick up the puppy and... The cat's face looks... It's... You leave the alley quickly. I think I'll go home. Wait, haven't you done this before? You feel sick. Looking around, you suddenly realize that unlike earlier, there isn't a single person in sight. You're alone. You're completely alone. So why do you feel like you're being watched right now? You feel your heartbeat start to race. You need to go home now. You walk back home, the feeling of eyes on your back getting worse with each step. By the time you're fumbling with the keys at your door, you're soaked through with cold sweat. Your skin prickles and itches. The heavy gaze you feel might as well be eyeballs physically pressing into your flesh. Sticky and unnatural. You finally get inside and... Oh, stress. The weight of relief and the sigh that escapes your lips actually causes you to physically shudder. The horrible feeling from earlier immediately dissipates as if it were never there. In the wake of its departure, you're left shaking and cold in your sweat-soaked clothes, but you're too relieved to care. Exhausted, you mentally pass on the very concept of eating and head straight to your bathroom. You open the door. Not again, no! You back up in fear, eyes trained on the cat and its horrifying grin. You need to escape, you need to get out. But even home isn't safe anymore. Where will you go? You risk a glance around you and you see that the walls around you have become fleshy and lined with sharp teeth. The ground, now a tongue writhing under your feet. In horror, you realize that the alley's entrance is getting smaller and smaller, closing like a mouth. You try to run for the exit. Nowhere to hide. But trying to run on the tongue slows your speed significantly as you stumble and trip. No, you watch helplessly as this last sliver of light from the entrance tightens beyond a size you can even hope to squeeze through. As darkness falls over you, you feel the damp humidity of the mouth all around you. The walls of teeth, fangs take their time closing in. Closer. Ending 23, feedback loop. Okay, great. Anything new? Okay, we are going to don't, and then we are going to leave, and then we are going to turn back, and then we are going to stay. It's strange. The more you hesitate to leave the alley, the more you find yourself wondering, what's the point? You'll go where? Do what? What's the point when you're always doing all of it completely and utterly alone? Even going home to your apartment wouldn't help, would it? One bedroom, one bathroom, and you living alone in it. It's been like that for so long. You're startled when you feel an impossibly soft paw pressed lightly against your wet cheek. You didn't realize you'd been crying. or that your little breakdown had literally brought you to your knees right in front of the cat's box. You feel slightly embarrassed, but the cat responds as if it can sense your self-deprecating feelings creeping in. You're just gonna kill me, what does it matter? It presses its paw on your cheek 3 times in quick succession, as if trying to slap you out of your melancholic state. But they're so light, the slaps feel more like getting gently and eagerly petted. I can't help but laugh a little. Can't believe I'm having a meltdown in a dirty old alley with a stray cat comforting me. Oh, baby. You smile and show your gratitude with a scratch on the cat's chin. Thanks, I'm fine, really. It just happens sometimes. You really do like being alone most of the time. It's the only time I feel comfortable being myself, you know? But even I get lonely every now and then. It's easy to ignore when I'm keeping myself busy. What? My hair is too tight and it's pulling on my scalp. Sorry, I have so many issues this stream. That's why I pushed myself to go out today, I think. Or maybe I was hoping to make a friend or something. Though, I guess that wouldn't be a good idea. I doubt someone like me would make a very good friend to someone. Okay. Maybe I won't go as far as to say that, but you stay and just talk to the cat about everything that comes to mind. Your isolation, your loneliness, your many fears, your losses, your emptiness. Although, the longer you stay there, the smaller that once significant emptiness feels. It's been so long since someone's just listened. Your words shift to gentler topics, your hopes, your dreams, your happy memories of the past. As you talk, you don't even notice the once cold, concrete walls of the alley becoming flesh-like, warm and pink, its softness slowly engulfing the both of you. The sound of your own voice feels hypnotic as it reaches your ears, encouraging you to speak more of the depths of your heart into the open. You give in easily. When you do run out of words, you're not sure how long you've been sitting there. But not knowing doesn't seem to bother you. Still, a strange question enters your mind. Leave and go home? Why would I want to do that? You're too tired to move. Pouring out your heart and soul has taken a surprising toll on you. But you have no regrets. You're so happy. You don't think you've ever felt so heard, so seen. You lean forward to rest your head on the box. You don't feel the rough cardboard you were expecting. Instead, you find yourself resting on a mass of something soft and slightly damp and warm. So warm, but you can't find it in you to care what it could be. You're so tired. You close your eyes, and you get the feeling that they'll probably never open again. But as that all-encompassing warmth encases you slowly, completely, you feel nothing but pure contentment. Ending 22, not alone. Okay, I need to go back and find out what ending was number 7. What was happening around ending 7? Real subtle, just a cat nap, and then we have the out of water. Okay, so I missed something in the house. I missed something inside the house. Let's quick save right here. Do something alone. Clean the apartment, take a nap, watch a movie. One of these. No, we've already done these. Okay. Do something alone. Watch a movie. Reclaim your throne or sit on the floor. We've already done those. Do something alone. Take a nap. No, we've already done these as well. Pet the cat. Is it pet the cat? Is that what I'm missing? Keep petting. You're not quite ready to stop. You feel so calm, the repetitive actions soothing you casually. You're usually overworking mind. Oh my god. One hair is on me and I can't get it. You keep petting. Cat leans away from your next head pat. It's trying to get out of your lap. Keep petting. When you scratch under the cat's chin, it bites your fingers. You might be bleeding, but really it barely hurts. More of a warning than anything. The cat struggles in your hold. It watches you closely. Keep petting. You keep petting the cat. Oh, the rip. The cat bites off your finger. It hurts. You're definitely bleeding now, but for some reason, you just can't stop. You don't know what it is. Its fur is so much softer than you realized. You'd think that it would be shining in the faint light of your living room, but it's as if the darkness of the cat's black coat is sucking in all the illumination around it, rendering it completely null. You're drawn to it, like you're somehow holding a deep, dark abyss right in your lap. It seems calmer now, munching on your severed finger. The stump between your thumb and middle finger is leaking. But you keep petting. You fret that your blood will ruin its fur, but the cat no longer seems to mind. Time passes. It's dark out now. Soft as the fur is, your palm is starting to feel raw and damp under the constant friction from your petting. You think faintly that maybe you've had enough. You start to lift your hand from the cat, when, in a flash, huh? Your entire hand is separated from your wrist. It flops onto your lap besides the cat. The cat's claws on its right front paw glisten with crimson liquid. You don't feel it for a moment, but your body tenses, anticipating the pain as you blankly watch the cat lick at the bloody palm of your severed hand. It hurts. It really, really hurts. Then the cat looks up at you, and you feel compelled to keep petting. You're reluctant, but you're also afraid of what will happen if you don't heed the call. What will you lose next if you try to resist again? You were hurt for your insistent petting earlier, yet now you've been hurt for trying to stop. It defies all logic, but that's what scares you. There's no reasoning with such a fickle whim. You feebly try to raise your uninjured hand to pet the cat, but it stiffens, golden eyes glinting dangerously. Well, all right then. You raise your bleeding stump and resume your petting to the best of your ability. It wants me to pet with my stump? You pet. And you bleed. You pet. And you bleed. You pet. And you bleed. Oh my god. You pet and you... Personal boundaries. Ending 7. Okay, we got it. All right, I think... Let's see. You've been enjoying yourself, haven't you? Yes, I as well. Still, all good things must come to an end, and I believe you are ready. I knew it. I knew that we'd be ready. I knew that I just had to go get that ending. Ready for what? Don't. You are ready. Only one thing left, so what should you do with the cat that has been very, very, very naughty? Begin restoration. It's going to be kill it. It's going to be kill it. K. I. L. L. I. And T. What does the hint say? What's she do with the cat that's been very, very, very naughty? Okay. Got it. Kill cat. I don't want to do this, by the way. I'm only doing it to see the true ending, okay? I would never kill a cat, ever, in my life, okay? I love my son too much, okay? All right, just to clarify that. And this ominous red glow that I'm in. Really? Are you sure? Quick save. Yes. Once you do this, you won't be able to turn back. Okay, I'm gonna actually save. Thank you, Bumner. Thank you for believing me. Just had to clarify. Do it. Last chance. Are you really, really sure? Kill the cat. You kill the cat. Its corpse lays limp and lifeless in its now blood-stained cardboard box. What would you like to do? Check pockets. There's no point. Cat's dead. You dig in your pockets anyway. Left pocket, string, useless. Right pocket, chocolate. You eat the chocolate. You have your phone. Take a picture? No point. Cat's dead. What would you like to do? Look around the area. What are you looking for? The cat's dead. You look anyway. To your left, you look to your left and right. Nothing but trash. You look up. The sun never reaches in here well enough. But you can tell it's a beautiful day today. You look behind you. Nobody saw. You look down in front of you. Oh yeah, cat's dead. What would you like to do? Leave. You're done here. You turn around and leave the alley. At least, you try to. As you stand at the edge of the alley's entrance, you see that nothing exists beyond it. Just an empty, black void. Look at him clean his butthole in front of me. What a little asshole. You turn back. You see that the back of the alley has become shrouded in darkness. You can't see a thing. Approach the darkness. With no other options, you step forward towards the darkness. Closer. Closer. You're So we kill it and it kills us. And are we free of the cycle? You collapse to your knees. The front of your body is slashed open, leaking blood and guts and organs down your torso and over your lap. Don't you know that cats have 9 lives? Ending 36. What do you mean? Oh, 8 more left. I was like, 8 more endings. 8 more lives. This is different. Oh, I can't. Quick load. I never believed in unconditional love. Not even as young as I was on the day that changed my life forever. Still, I always assumed that they would come the closest to granting it to me. It's what they always say, right? That a parent's love is unconditional. The wound they've inflicted on my skin and in my heart have long since scarred over the day they dealt the final blow. And all it took were 2 little words. Get out. The day they finally turned their back on me, abandoned me. That was the day it found me. It offered me an unfathomable kind of love. A love that could be limitless, endless, powerful, all-consuming. A love unmatched. A love unlike anything that could exist in this world. But there was one thing that the love it offered could never be. Unconditional. What does it mean by that? Where am I? And so, you find yourself here, yet again. What? Who said that? Where is here? I can't see anything. Why? Here is here, silly. You're. Well, do you remember me this time? I never would have thought of myself as being forgettable. But I suppose there's a first time for everything. Your memory slowly pieces together fragments of a moment, an encounter, a cat in an alley. I took you home with me, didn't I? Correct. You were daydreaming so long, you even had me worried. Can you imagine that? Oh, here I am indulging a little in playing with my prey, only for you to completely zone out on me. The game's no fun if you're not present, you know? Oh, shit. Cat hair, dude. No, I don't know. I don't understand what's going on at all. Curious as you are, I should have expected that you'd have questions. Well, I suppose you've put me in a good enough mood to be generous and hear you out. Very well. Oh my god, dude. So itchy. What would you like to know? What do you mean I was daydreaming? It's the first thing that came to mind, really. You were on the brink of death, but instead of watching your life flash before your eyes, you got stuck reliving the moment we met. Subconsciously coming up with scenarios in which you managed to survive. Well, maybe you would have, but I couldn't resist messing with your imagination a little bit. You did just start ignoring me out of nowhere, after all. You know by now how much I love attention. Oh, it's so itchy. I can only talk for like 2 sentences. Your little thought experiments were rather amusing, but if I might say, you must have had a pretty dull life to forgo indulging in precious memories of bygone days in favor of daydreaming about a single encounter over and over again. I've heard of having regrets on one's deathbed, but this has been ridiculous. Ridiculously intriguing, that is. Or perhaps rather than regrets, I was what you found intriguing. Am I still dreaming? You're lucid, I'd say. Since you finally remembered me and all, seems you're finally ready to end this farce, amusing as it has been. What would you like to know? Where are we right now? Inside your head, silly. The real versions of ourselves are halted in time back in your reality. Though I doubt much time has actually passed. These things tend to happen in the blink of an eye, after all. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright. I went and I washed and dried my face because I am suffering. And I don't know why. It's like worse than usual. Well, click. Usually, anyway. Why do you keep killing me? Oh, don't be so dramatic. I don't keep killing you. I haven't even killed you once yet. Those were just thoughts and ideas floating around in your head that I admittedly had a little fun with. Can you blame me? I would have gotten bored just waiting for you to wake up. You even made me kill you in the end. Yeah, I suppose I was curious to see if you actually would. You certainly didn't hold back. You must have been quite angry with me. It's fine, though. You know what they say about curiosity, yeah? It was my own choice, and besides... Oh, wait. Go back. I got you back, didn't I? What would you like to know? You're a cat. How are you talking? What do you mean? I've been talking to you all along. Intriguing as your imagination is, it would have ran wild without my help. I was guiding you the whole time. Didn't you hear me in your thoughts? Like this? I knew it. But you're a cat. How are you doing this? I'm quite powerful, yes. But also, not so much. What does that mean? Besides, what makes you so sure I'm a cat? My appearance? I doubt I resemble any cat you've seen before, right? I wonder which ending was the most satisfying to it. Probably the one where we went off and we killed all of humanity. Then what the hell are you, if not a cat? I didn't say I wasn't a cat, did I? I could be a demon, or a god, or an alien from another galaxy, or an interdimensional abomination. Or I really could just be a cat. It doesn't really matter what I am, does it? Certainly what I can do would be a more pressing matter, yeah? A real cat couldn't have done all this. You're really hung up on appearances, aren't you? Do you have some kind of proof that cats don't possess powers like mine? I do, just look at him. Feeble, cursed one. Don't you have some, And you know, it's pretty rude of you to keep going on and on about what I am before you've even asked who I am or what my name is. Okay, then what's your name? Well, I'm not going to tell you now. Learn some manners first and we'll see. Well, maybe in your next life anyway. Have I satisfied your curiosity now? I have just one more question. Why me? Why call out to me of all people? All I did was call out for someone to hear me. I called out, and you were the first person who came to me. Simple as that. Were you hoping for some special reason? I'm afraid I don't have one. Everything I've come to like about you were things discovered after our initial encounter. So there's no big reason for any of this. The reason is far less interesting than the results that came about from our interaction. I only called to satiate my hunger, but in doing so, I found something far more valuable. I know for a fact that regardless of how this plays out, I will never forget you. What do you mean? I've taken a liking to you, human, and so I'll grant you another chance. Another choice. This place is... You remember this place? Yeah, this is the place from the very beginning. Being chased. Being hunted. Being afraid. So afraid. That fear that so attracted me to you. That instinctive desperation to survive. I craved it all. As I am the origin of these delectable emotions, you are already mine. But I will still permit you the chance to accept the reality of your fate. Human, join me, or perish. Safe. I'll join you. Splendid. Come forward, my human. You step forward and pick up the cat. You cradle it in your arms, reaching up to scratch its head. We end up together. Suddenly, you start to feel sleepy, but the sudden wave of fatigue doesn't cause you to sway on your feet or stumble at all. What's happened? Shh, don't worry. You no longer need to worry about anything anymore. Just sleep and dream those sweet, sweet dreams for me. Excellent. With this, you will soon become a part of me. Wait. We're not going to be like your servant? You're not going to be our patron deity? Ending 37. Forever. I'd rather die. I see. Then there's nothing left to say. Resigned to your fate, you finally turn around. Because I chose to run last time. It's enormous, shapeless, billowing like thick smoke in the wind. The shadow-like entity towers above you, so high it looks like the sky poured it down to earth, is still pouring it even. It is unfathomable that your tiny world is even able to stand under the weight of the reality of such a being's existence. And that you and your fragile mind haven't fallen to ruin as well. You step forward into the monstrous miasma. Nice hand. And offer yourself to it. It just eats me? After everything? Darkness. Surrounded by pure and absolute darkness. You feel you are very suddenly hit with the feeling, I've been here, that you are not alone. Like you've just stepped into an unbearably, impossibly crowded space. Your ears even start to ring with the sensation of countless conversations, words, whispers, screams, all overlapping, but you don't actually see or hear anyone or anything. You're alone, even as your senses lie to you, trying to make you think otherwise. You are more alone than you've ever been. Lies. Lies, lies. Listen, please. Is someone really? I can't see you. Where are you? Nothing left to see. Only hear us. Listen, please. Are you all trapped too in this place? No place. Us. All you see, hear, feel is us. Us and it. We are victims, prey like you. We are many, beyond counting. Our bodies gone with time. Wills left behind. Us, we became what you see. This place is us. Need you. Need your help. Help. But what can I do? It too greedy. Make mistake. Ate too many. We are many now. Strong. We are strong. Made it strong. But make mistake, error, flaw. Weakness. Then why not escape yourselves? Too long here. Too long. We are one with it. Bodies lost, minds, wills, us, all corrupted. No body can't escape. You too, you, we, it, one, all of us, all now one. But you, new, fresh body, still have body. Escape is impossible, because still one with it. Even just you, if escape, with mind, with body, it would unravel. Lose power, lose strength, lose us. Us, set free forever. Finally, escape, help. How do I do that? Remember, it lies, hidden in truths, lies. Escape, push forward, it lies, persist. Oh, this reminds me of Black Space. You ignore their words. Deep down, you know, there's no way someone like you could win against something like it. The cat trying would be words. A pointless effort. The hopes of those words, their wills, it would all be wasted on you. So, you accept your fate and choose to perish. I chose to persist. I didn't choose to perish. You're not sure how long it takes, but their pathetic pleas eventually grow silent. You almost wish they would have simply turned to insults and threats. Their endless silence, it bears the weight of your guilt and shame long after your body fades away and becomes one with me. Ending, question, perish the thought. Okay. Question. Got that one, I guess. No, this is another daydream, isn't it? You're lucid again? In here? But how did you... Well, when you've been dreaming about the same day over and over, you kind of start to notice patterns. Listen, I'm nothing special. I don't really have any friends. I don't like crowds, or going out most of the time. And more often than not, I'm alone, even in my home, one bedroom, one bathroom, and one me living alone in it. It'd be easy to say that I don't have much to lose. My life is admittedly pretty boring. But it is my life. And if this is my dream, then you're not the one calling the shots anymore. Oh, shaking. I don't think you understand what's going on here. No, you're the one who's not getting it. You called me. You are the one who needs me. Whether it's to eat me or kill me or make me yours forever, it doesn't matter. I'm done here. I'm going home. You forget yourself, human. You ungrateful little creature. I give you my patience, my attention, my love, and you think you can just leave? I didn't have to, you know. I could just eat you whenever I liked, but instead I gave you time to understand, time to accept what was happening. I gave you a choice. You, an unremarkable little nothing of an existence who no one would even notice was missing if I'd just taken you as I pleased, dreaming away about endless possibilities, never having to worry about permanent consequences ever again, about choosing wrong, a little world all your own inside your head. I offer it all to you. I gave you the choice to join me and have it all, and you refused. You said you'd rather die, didn't you? And yet, here you are, trying to go back on your choices, only to continue to reject me, to reject my love. That was so foolish, so ungrateful. Just like the others, you don't even know what you want. Another bundle of contradictions. You wish for solitude, yet you fear being left alone. You fear being forgotten, undesired, unloved. Yet, even I thought, what a spelling mistake ruined my tirade. Yet even though I love you and desire you, even though I promise to never forget you, even though I am the only one willing to never leave you, you still reject me. Stupid little child. I'm done waiting. You do not get a second chance. You made your choice, and you will accept the consequences of that choice. You are going to stay here with the rest of these ingrates. Forever. Haven't you ever heard of changing your mind? Such a thing doesn't erase your original decision. It has been permanently etched into reality. Do you think yourself so important that you are above facing the truth of that reality? No, but that doesn't mean I can't do my best to make things right. I'm still here, aren't I? That means I can always make more choices, better choices. You gave yourself to me. You are already a part of me. This might be your pathetic little delusion, but don't forget that I'm the one in control here, human. Huh, yeah, that's right. Those twisted choices in my dreams were all you, weren't they? We help. Running enddream.exe. Persist. What are you doing, you useless traitors? Stop! I think it's about time I started making my own choices. Persist. That's right, baby. That's right, baby. Persist. I'm back in the alley. It's not here. I think I need to get home. I step forward out of the alley. This is going to take some time getting used to. I step forward towards the entrance of the thankfully empty alley. I'm almost out of this place. When suddenly... You're not going anywhere. Go left. Are you kidding me? Don't give in to it. Persist. I need to dodge away from it. Okay. Go back. Go back. Don't give in to it. Yes, I know. Persist. Go back. Go left. This is not fun. There's no, like, there's no indicator. It's just die and persist. Go right. Wait, is it the shadow on the wall? Was it the shadow on the wall was the indicator? Damn it overrode my choice. Where the hell do I go? I've got to escape. Go watch a movie. Anywhere but here. Go to the old theater. Go left. Go right. Go left. Go right. It's you. Crap, a dead end. Stop running. Go back. Shh. Okay, I now see the indicator, and I've got it now. Let's go watch a movie. Yeah, let's do this again. Let's do this again. Left. And then right. And then left. And then right. And then right. Left. Back. Get back here. Let's go to the other theater. Go to the new cinema. Go right. And then back. Oh, it almost got me. Left. Right. Dead end. Where do I... Found you. Go back. Go left. Go right. Oh, I've got you now, motherfucker. Go right. Go right. Go left. Back. How do I get out? Go right. Oh my god, dude. It was kind of tense. Very repetitive, though. Oh. This is the puppy. It's the scary puppy. Damn, gotta escape. You don't have me now, motherfucker. Go right. Go left. Go back. Yes. Did I do it? Thread unraveling. Many us escape. Many free now. It losing us, losing strength. Your escape possible now. No, you are mine. We go ahead. We go free. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome, buddy. Thank you, too. All of you. I won't forget you. They were right. My choice is back. No! Oh, that was hard to see. Come back! Oh, little meow. Please. I could barely see it in the static. Don't leave me. I'll die without you. Yeah, well, that's your fault. I'll die. Straight through. Wait. Wait. What? I'm back. Back where it all began. The alley. And in the cardboard box at the back of the alley. There you are. You look nothing like the impossibly cute cat I met. Well, feels like a lifetime ago. After escaping and releasing the wills of all your victims, all that's left of you now is an inky black blob seething up at me. The endless hatred pouring out of your singular eye doesn't scare me at all. Do not take this cat home. Title drop! Bam! Don't leave. You're mine. No, I'm not. You took them away. They were mine. And now they're gone. You took them away. You took everything from me. They weren't yours either. Alone. You never had to be. If you were lonely, you could just been their friend. But you didn't want friendship. They left because you tricked them, kidnapped them, hurt them. You stole their lives, their time, never to get any of it back. You brought this upon yourself. You are perfect. I'm not. You are. I don't need the others. I just need you. Stay with me. I won't. Can't give you anything. Can be everything for you. No, you can't. You couldn't even before. You definitely can't now. And even if you could give me everything I ever wanted and more, I'd still never stay. I love you. No, I do. So much. I love you. Stop. Maybe you do love me. In some strange, screwed up way I'll never understand. But even if that's the case, it's not enough. Please, don't go. I'll be good. I don't believe you. I promise. I can't trust you. I promise. Just don't leave. Don't leave me alone. Please. I'll die. I'll die without you. You gonna retaliate one more time? I hate you. Now that I can believe. There's nothing left to say. And watch in silence as it fades away into nothing. And the sun rises. Goodbye. With one last glance around the alley, I turn and leave. Ending 38. Do not take this cat home. Today's been surprising. Yeah, pleasantly so. A day that started off with admittedly crummy weather led me to the old theater, where I enjoyed a movie by myself. My laughter filled up the empty theater. The rain had stopped by the time the movie was over. And I was in such a good mood, I hopped over to the not-so-new cinema to watch another movie. But to play around in the arcade, not to watch another movie, sorry, but to play around in the arcade, earning a few high scores. With the gamer in me awakened, I went to the carnival to play some more, and was humbled very quickly. But I did manage to win a small, stuffed animal at the ring toss booth. The design is questionable, I like it. It's cute. It's very cute. I would own that plushie. I like it. It's got those Coraline eyes. And I freaking love it. The rides weren't so bad either. I got inducted into a group for a bit while waiting in line at the Ferris wheel, bonding over our shared mistrust of the carnival game vendors. I even shared a carriage of the Ferris wheel with a few of them and exchanged numbers before we parted ways. I don't know if I'll ever see them again, or if any of them will ever call me, or if I ever have it in me to call any of them, but having the option to do so is nice. It feels nice. Baby steps. After all, even that tiny bit of interaction, though fun, exhausted me. So I went to recharge at the dog park, feeling rejuvenated at the sight of the dogs. Old, young, big, and small, all running around. Happy and carefree. Ooh, a little baby. A few of the owners even let me take pictures. Yeah, today was a good day. I don't think about the cat, or it, I guess, all that much these days. It was hard at first. In the immediate days and weeks that followed, what happened to me was all I could think about. There were days I blamed myself, days I questioned my choices. I went back to the alley more times than I want to admit. The feeling that always went through me at the sight of that empty cardboard box was so indescribable, so overwhelming. I'd sometimes break down and cry right where I stood. Took a while, but eventually that strange emotion became clearer and clearer until I had the courage to recognize it for what it was. Relief. I've been afraid to feel it for so long, terrified to let my guard down. But that sense of relief finally returned. Relief that it was gone. Relief that I was free to live my life. However simply or extraordinary I wished. The ones it had imprisoned, I never heard their voices again either. But that's for the best. Living here and now, never forgetting what they did for me, and what I did for them too. For now, I think that's enough. At least I hope so. And that wherever they are finally at peace. I'm fighting for my own peace too. One day at a time. One tomorrow after another. Finally, I head home to my little apartment. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, and one me living alone in it. Well, almost anyway. I'm home, baby! No! Oh, it's so good. A little kitten flails as it awkwardly runs over and mews at me. Ooh. Ooh. I kneel down, looking fondly at its hazel green eye. The poor thing had been hurt and starving when I found it a few weeks ago, but it certainly got its energy back after a little food and care. Did you miss me? Of course you did. Hungry, huh? Me too. It's been a long day. I smile helplessly at its cute little face. Let's find something to eat, okay? Well, I guess there is one more thing living in my home, and, at least for now, I wouldn't have it any other way. Ending in another day. Wow. Background and BG art references from Pexels.com. I could tell that it was like a stock background that they just put filters over. With how high quality like the character animation was, how well they did the cat and the scary faces, I kind of wish they had done more justice to the background, and like other stuff like the dogs looked very uncanny and like blob-ish, almost AI art-ish. which I'm not accusing them of using AI art at all, but it's just a feel that I got. Programmed with Ren'Py, as a lot of these games are. I've noticed that with like this, if you see this, it was probably coded in Ren'Py. That's or whatever, the same, using the same exact thing, same exact like visual novel builder. And you, thank you for playing. You're welcome, man. It was a good game. The end. Is that the true ending? All right, that's the real question. Let's find out. Is that the true ending? This person says they got all endings. So let's see. True ending. Yeah, that's it. That's the true ending. That's the same ending that this person got on their channel. Wow. I am shocked that that game didn't cost any money. It didn't cost me anything. I just downloaded it. I think it was very well done. What I will say is I know that I didn't get all the endings. I didn't get ending. Here, let's take a look, actually. I did get them all. Okay, so ending 39 is ending in A. I see. So I got all the endings. Let's see what this is. Nice. And that's it. There's no going back. Play with me. No. Then get lost. Interesting. Okay, so that game, you can hear. Hold on, you can't hear it. Let me turn it up all the way. I want you to hear the birds in the background. They're very, very, very quiet. I turn up the sound and then they don't make any sound. Instead of saying, oh, wow, do not take this cat home, it says, do not take it home. Okay, so this game was just a classic horror story, right? It was a classic, like, you're trapped by a demon and you have to break, through the power of the human spirit and stuff like that. But I really do think this game was about depression. It was about depression and loneliness and feelings of, like, deep insecurity and deep unlovable, right? Being unlovable and being unable to love and being unable to care and for yourself or anything, unable to blend in with society, unable to enjoy anything new, as the character just played the same horror movies and did the same rides and went to go see a movie that they'd already seen, and they really didn't like going to the new theater with the new movies for the people and the whatever. I think that this game called me out a lot and it opened a couple of aired a couple of rooms out in my brain, I guess is what I'll say. And he was here for it too. Yeah. Come here. He's so weird. All right. This is my it. Hold on. Let's go full screen for this. He did not like that. He didn't like standing up on the table. Check it out. This is my demon that haunts my dreams and keeps me from dying and wants attention and food, and he takes little bites out of me when I pet him right, and little love bites, and he's a good boy, and his hair absolutely fucking tortures me, and he likes when I grab his ears like this and I rip them off of his head like this. He loves this. This is his favorite thing in the world. Like, look at that face. That is the face of someone who is having an amazing time. Look at him. Look at his face. Okay, get out of here, you little rascal. All right. One thing I will say about this game, for sure, is 40 endings is too long, dude. Devs, if you're watching this, if you're waiting for me to critique your game, 40 endings is too long. It's too much. I think a lot of them were kind of unnecessary, and you didn't need to, like, I'm not going to say they were repetitive because a lot of them were different, but a lot of them were really similar or felt very similar, and they did not need to be. There did not need to be 40 endings. I think that this game would have been significantly better. Kissing him was a mistake. Would have been significantly better if it were 25 endings. I'm okay with 25 endings, you know what I mean? But when I hit like 25 endings and I was like, oh my God, I have 15 more, I was like actually not enjoying it. It did end up being a very enjoyable ending, and I'm glad I played it. There were a couple of segments in there that got my heart beating, like, oh man, that's actually kind of creepy. But I'm going to be real with you. It's a little hard to be creeped out when I have these bright 3 computer screens, microphone, cat, and bright-ass lights. But it was pretty good, man. It got me. It got me, especially the first couple times that I saw the eyes and the scary cat face with the human teeth. But yeah, man, really good game. I recommend it. I hope that this guy I hope that these people continue to make games, not just for game jams or itch.io. I hope that they continue to make games. Bumner, I hope that you enjoyed watching. And yeah, that's it.